Good evening, everyone. So, yesterday we had started discussing education, and we were saying that we will look into education in two ways. That is, one is school education, and the other one is higher education. And we were trying to highlight the issues related to school education because we had started first with school education, and we had looked at Acer report 2022, and we had seen that the enrollments are on a rise. Number of students who are enrolling in government schools are also on a rise, and we see a lot of parity when it comes to gender, that we have pretty much equal number of girl and boy students in schools. And we had looked at various other aspects related to infrastructure. Now, before we move towards our national education policy, if you remember, you had suggested a few problems related to our education system. Let's see what our national education policy has to say. So remember, when we look at the issues, what we'll do is we will segregate the issues and the suggestions by national education policy. Because if they ask a specific question, say they talk about what are the problems related to curriculum in school education, you should be ready with your answer. So let's look at these issues. First, think about the lack of basic infrastructure. Looking even at the Acer report, you find that yes, there has been an improvement, gradual improvement in the availability of basic infrastructure, but we are still lagging behind. If you remember the numbers from the availability of libraries in schools, the availability of books, the availability of computer labs, etc., we are still doing poorly. Apart from this, if you think of basic infrastructure, we do not even have adequate infrastructure for playgrounds, for other co-curricular activities in schools. So if you look at your small private schools and a lot of government schools, you do not find adequate facilities. So even though those things have not been included in your Acer report, but these are also a problem. Then you think of accessibility. We have people living in remote areas, but we do not have adequate number of schools in remote areas. We do not have adequate number of schools in tribal areas. Then there are other problems related to those. Just think about it. People living in tribal areas, they would want to learn, they would want to get educated in their own culture, in their own language. But generally we find that universal language is being used when it comes to various schools. So they are not able to connect. So while looking at the issues, please remember that you have to think about the suggestions here itself, that what can be the various suggestions. So if you think of basic infrastructure, how can we improve basic infrastructure? Can you suggest how is it that we can improve basic infrastructure in schools? So yes, with pushing in more funds, that is increasing public expenditure when it comes to education. Also, you are talking about privatization of education, that include more and more private players, get in partnership with private players to improve the basic infrastructure, because there is a limit to which government can improve things. Now also you think about the if you're talking about, say, basic infrastructure, think of various co-curricular activities. If co-curricular activities and extracurricular activities are not given due importance, the chances are that schools would not give a push towards creating infrastructure for those. Think about your technology. Think about basic education in digital means like computers, etc. So if the schools do not understand the importance, if people do not understand the importance of these things, because increasingly we are moving towards the digital economy, all your services, all your government services now can be accessed online, and there are a lot of things which have to be done exclusively online. So yes, there has to be a push towards co-curricular activities so that there is an incentive for schools to improve those basic facilities. And apart from that, your basic infrastructure like availability of clean drinking water, availability of toilets also has to be improved. Then you think of affordability. Now, when we talk about affordability is primarily, you have to think of private schools. Because in government schools, you see that the fee structure is not very high. You can easily afford that fee. But in private schools, the fee is the fee structure is completely different. It's completely opposed to the idea of government. So if you want to make it affordable, what can you do? You can put a limit. You can put a bar on the amount of fee that can be charged. The way we approached the issue of affordability in healthcare, you have to approach the issue of affordability here as well. You can think of creating more public infrastructure, investing more in public education, so that education is affordable for people. Now, coming to the curriculum, apart from basic infrastructure, you have to think in terms of curriculum. Now, right now, if you remember, yesterday we were talking about the issues related to curriculum, that our curriculum is not very flexible. So you have to choose a particular stream after 10th standard, and then you have to stick to those subjects. And also these various streams that we have, they work in watertight compartments. So for example, if you take science, you do not get any exposure whatsoever to, say, the subject of economics, to the subjects of polity. And ultimately, you'll find that for an all-round development, we need to have an influence of, we need to have a basic literacy when it comes to various other subjects. So yes, you can argue that till 10th standard, it is more or less flexible. If not flexible, at least we have an integration of various subjects. But you find that even if you have to file your ITR today, you do not know how to do it. So we do not have basic literacy when it comes to basic services. Now, you think about, one idea is lack of flexibility in curriculum. Then you think about the complexity of our curriculum. And if you remember from various committee reports, that there was a time when the size and the weight of school bags was more than that of children. If you remember going to the schools back in late 90s and early 2000s, find that the load of curriculum, the weight of curriculum was high. And it increasingly gets complex over the years. So there has to be, the transition has to be a little smoother compared to that. Then you think of no detention policy. Now, right now we see that the various state governments are actually doing away with the no detention policy, and our national education policy has also suggested the same. Now, no detention policy says that you cannot detain a student on the basis of their performance before 8th standard. Till 8th standard, you cannot detain a student. Now, just think about it. What can be the problems related to this no detention? Can you possibly think of the problems? What can be the problems? If a student is said that you, no matter how you perform in the examination, it would not matter till 8th standard. So students will take it very light. Yes, so the learning outcomes will get affected. Also, not just students, just think about the teachers, because ultimately it is the teachers who are deemed responsible for the performance of students in the classroom. So even your teachers and your administration and your school administration will take it on a lighter note, and they'll know that ultimately we have to pass the student. So where is the problem? But what happens is that because of this no detention policy and students and teachers not giving adequate attention to learning outcomes, what happens is the base becomes very weak. And if the base is weak, if the base of the student is weak, how can you push him or her to take up, say, research in the future. And this, it is because of the no detention policy that you find that till 8th standard, the education has become more casual. So this is also something that needs to be changed, and your national education policy suggests the same. Then your curriculum gets very complex, grows very fast over the years, and you find that there is a problem. When you think of school education, our curriculum is very complex. The complexity is high. It becomes increasingly tough for the students to pass the examinations. But when it comes to higher education, we find that our curriculum is very laid back. You'll find that the same books, the same kind of questions are being asked for the past 10, 20 years. So I was going through a question paper for a particular university that I would not want to name. There was a question in engineering subject which asked that what is a printer? What is a printer in 10 marks? So at the same time, we have a very complex curriculum in schools. We do not have, the curriculum structure is not very good when it comes to higher education, and we will deal with it when it comes to higher education. Now also, we find that it is ultimately according to the age of the students that we push them in schools. So there has to be a minimum age to enter a particular class. Whatever student is way better, is way advanced of that level, compared to the level or compared to the grade they are studying in, they have an advanced knowledge. Similarly, think about the problem that the students who are not able to keep up with the pace of the curriculum, the problems that they face. The curriculum keeps on growing, and they somehow manage to pass through the examinations and enter the next level. Now they would not be able to cope up with the advanced curriculum. So rather than thinking of curriculum based on the age factor, we have to think of learning outcomes, whether they are suitable for that particular grade or not. And that is why you find that in our national education policy, we are more oriented towards outcomes. Yes, while going through the policy, you'll find that a lot of things, a lot of objectives, a lot of goals, a lot of ideas will sound impractical. But let's see how we can go about those. Then unequal understanding and learning ability in the classroom of children. So we find that the pedagogical structure, that means how you are supposed to teach. So for example, say mathematics for 6th standard, there is a particular way that is being suggested by your school administration, ultimately by your authority, that this is how you have to proceed with this. Now, everyone cannot get used to the same method. Everyone has a different level. So ultimately, we have to think about the level of students when it comes to basic education. Now, this idea of education or the level of students should be more or less limited to your school education. Because ultimately, if someone is passing school education and moving towards higher education, then you have to maintain a certain standard. So for example, when it comes to your engineering subjects, the teachers would have to maintain a certain standard. And if they don't, ultimately it is not benefiting anyone in the classroom. So, but at least in school education, you have to keep in mind the priorities, or you have to keep in mind the demands and the needs of all the kinds of students who are sitting in the classroom. Point 1 of curriculum talks about distributing children according to age, whereas it should actually be according to ability, whether they have the capability to cope up with the curriculum or not. So if you remember, when we were talking about ESA report, we were saying children studying in 3rd standard, there were a lot of them who were not able to read at grade 2 level, who were not able to perform basic subtraction. Don't you think it is injustice to the system, or it is injustice to those students to pass them and send them in another grade? Why? Because it has become a race against time. And you remember our basic idea. When we are saying that education should not be a means to an end, but an end in itself. So if you think from that perspective, all these points will fall in place, because that will actually change the attitude of the teachers, change the attitude of the students. Now they would be more oriented towards learning. And if you think of no detention policy, actually it was meant for the same, it was based on the same idea, that it should not merely be about clearing the examinations. It should be more about learning. But ultimately, we find that this no detention policy actually led to poor learning outcomes. Why? Because there is no, say, self-motivation or internal motivation in students. And they learn for the sake of reaching some end, maybe a better career, making more money, etc. Then if you find in our curriculum, in most of the subjects, your language of English is used. That is the language that is being used, and particularly in technical education. Now, these students have to be ultimately promoted to higher education. They have to enter the higher education system. Now, what happens is, if there are students, one problem is that those students would not be able to learn in their own language. And if they are, because say, for example, you can take up your regional language. Till 12th standard, you can take up your regional language. Think of Hindi. So you can take up your studies in Hindi. Yes, it will be convenient because you will be able to understand better. But what happens is, if you take up your school education in your regional language, ultimately, if you have to move towards technical education in the future, you find that most of your technical courses are actually conducted in English. And those students face a lot of difficulties, particularly students coming from socioeconomically disadvantaged sections. So you find that there'll be a gap in understanding in the classroom because they're not familiar with the language. They're not familiar with those concepts in English. So first thing is that they have to take care of that language part. They have to cover that language gap and then think about learning something new. So yes, the first stage of problem is that students are not being taught in their regional languages. Second problem is, even if you teach them in their regional languages in school education, ultimately they would have to take up courses in English when they move to higher education. And another problem is, you find that yes, in classes, particularly in small cities and rural areas, you'll find that teachers take up a bilingual approach. Most of the teachers take up a bilingual approach, that they say that they teach in Hindi, they explain the concepts in Hindi or the regional language, say Hindi, Marathi, Kannada, but they keep the content in English itself. And the problem with that is, if there is a student who's coming, say, completely from Marathi medium, they would not find adequate study material for those subjects. Similarly, if a student, yes, they can understand the concepts, but then if they have to write the answers, they would struggle. So as we say in, civil services coaching, that bilingual language, the use of bilingual means is not actually helpful for the students. So yes, you will be able to understand the concepts better, but ultimately you would not be able to write your answers, which becomes a problem. So we will see what suggestions the National Education Policy has for this problem. But we have to remember that the complexity of curriculum and the increasing complexity of curriculum is a problem. Then the language that is being used in the classrooms is a problem. Then also we find the curriculum is not very flexible. Once you choose a subject, you have to stay with that subject for life. And also you do not get any exposure to other subjects. So yes, in higher education, to a certain extent, we can argue that you have a choice, you have an option of taking up other subjects from other streams. For example, with engineering, you'll be taught environmental studies. It is up to you. But ultimately, the the integration of all these subjects is not very good. Now, think about issues related to teachers that I think should be your favorite part, because ultimately, if you do not perform in the examinations, it is the teacher who is to blame. That the teacher did not teach us well, so on and so forth. So the issue with teacher is, just think about the idea of education, right? Think about the traditional idea of education. Now, was it a mere commercial activity? Was it only for the sake of getting your, say, remuneration and teaching the students and not taking up responsibility? Is it just limited to that? And you would think about it, you would ask your parents, maybe your grandparents, and you'll find no, that the most of the teachers were actually serious about us. Not just studies, it was not, their understanding was not just limited to studies. They actually used to take care of students in the matters of family, in the matters of other social and personal affairs. So there were schools wherein teachers will actually conduct weekly, say, meets with the parents. They'll go to the those households, or they'll go to the houses of the students, and they'll check whether they study at home or not. So it might sound a little torturous that, okay, we were studying with you for the entire week, for 5 or 6 days in a week, and why do you want us on the seventh day? Let us be free. But at least it shows a lot of responsibility, a lot of accountability on the part of teachers, because ultimately the teachers will be held responsible. But now things have changed. It has become more commercial. It has become more transactional in nature, that the teacher has the responsibility to cover the syllabus, and that is it. In the manner in which they cover the syllabus does not matter a lot. The relationship between the teacher and the students has changed. It is more of a service provider and client. So this thing, this is something. So this is the base idea on this is the basic idea based on which you'll find other problems associated with it. Because ultimately, if the teacher is not teaching responsibly, it will show poor learning outcomes, because the teacher would not want to innovate. Teacher would not want to pick up something new, learn something new, and deliver it to students. Similarly, if the students think that the only say idea of education is to clear the examination, is to get good marks, or maybe get into a better institution, it would ultimately limit their learning process. Now you think about various issues related to teachers. One idea is that you have very low teacher accountability, that ultimately the teacher's responsibility or accountability is limited to completion of syllabus. That is all. Similarly, in education, in the profession of education, you'll find that the teachers are not remunerated adequately. So forget about the government teachers, where most of the teachers, at least, they get good remuneration. But think of your small private schools, wherein the teachers work for mere 15-20,000, which is lower than the minimum wage. And on top of that, there is no appraisal or annual appraisal for the teachers. What will it lead to? It will lead to teacher taking up teaching as a mere task, as a mere say activity that they have to perform to get that salary. That is all it will be limited to. So we have to think about how we can fix this, and I hope you are thinking about these problems. Then poor quality of content of teacher education. When you think of teacher education, think of your bachelor's in education program. Now, right now, currently it is 2 years. You can get your bachelor's in education in 2 years. And most of the colleges which provide this bachelor's, which provide this teacher training, they are actually non-attending colleges. They do not actually have to. You are not supposed to go, because they do not conduct any regular classes. They just deliver the study material, and you have to go and write the examination. There is no teacher training that takes place in most of our institutions. Then you find that the quality of content, because it is very outdated, things, the pedagogical structure, the curriculum, everything keeps changing. Everything around us is changing at a very fast pace, and we find that the basic study material that they provide, the ideas, the suggestions that they give are very old, which are not relevant today. So we have to improve the quality of teaching material that is meant for teachers. And also you'll find when we talk about higher education, this will be fixed. This problem will be fixed, and even in school education, you'll find that they are say suggesting newer ways to make it better. Then we do not have adequate pupil teacher ratio. This is basically the number of students and teachers in the classroom or in a particular school. So in private schools, you'll find that in a classroom, and even in government school, there'll be more than 100 students, And if you look at the overall population of students or overall number of the students in the school, say it ranges somewhere between 1500 to 2000, and there'll be not more than 10 teachers, not more than 15 teachers to take care of the entire class. So in a classroom, the school administration will be forced to, because of low number of teachers, will be forced to make 100, 200, 150 students sit, and there'll be less number of teachers. Now, what is the problem here? If the pupil teacher ratio is low, it ultimately will reflect on learning outcome, because the teacher would not be able to give adequate attention to each and every student, and it'll sound more like say a manufacturing process, right? So it, rather than teachers taking personal care of students, rather than teachers thinking of particular problems of students, which is required at your primary and secondary level, they would just merely finish the syllabus. They would not care about whether the students understood or not, and they will go away. Then deployment of government teachers for non-educational purposes. If you think of your census, now most of your census are actually conducted by your teachers, so they will go door to door to collect the data. Similarly, during elections, they will have to take up the election duties in that election center. So deployment of these teachers for various non-educational purposes also becomes a problem, because those teachers will not be there in the classroom teaching students, which they actually have to do. Rather than doing this, rather than taking up the responsibility, they'll be working on something else. Then if you think of teacher vacancies, you one idea is that the number of teachers is very less. Then second problem is that you have a lot of vacancies which are not fulfilled. Then there are other issues related to vacancy. So if you remember, it has been in the news for some time, the vacancy problem in Bihar. Is anyone aware of the problem in Bihar, the issue that that is there in Bihar right now, that is going on? Okay, so you're saying pupil, you just think of it as students. Think of pupil as students. So yes, if the teacher is missing from the classroom, there'll be a lot of indiscipline. So students like you will make paper airplanes and will go around pushing those, right? Okay. No, Vaishya, it's not about caste census and it's not about the census duties. Yes, that is one problem. If you think of Bihar and now related to the issue of regionalism, in Bihar, to fulfill the new vacancies of teachers, the state government has removed the criteria of being a domicile of Bihar or having a domicile of the state. What does that mean? Whether the person is a member of the state or a person is a resident of the state or not, it does not matter. People living in Rajasthan, people living in Punjab, people living in Tamil Nadu, anyone can apply for these jobs in Bihar. And the state government has removed this domicile criteria. Now you do not have to be, say, a resident of Bihar to apply for teaching vacancies. Now just think about this. What can be the problem? What can be the problem related to this? That if the teachers are not residents of Bihar, what issues can arise out of it? Because this is something that is being debated right now. Can anyone suggest? So yes, one problem is rather than language. So obviously people coming from other states, they would keep the language barrier in mind, but you think of the cultural differences. Then you think of people who have been preparing specifically for your people living in Bihar, preparing specifically for this job. How about the teachers of Bihar? They would not be able to get a job, right? There'll be a problem related to job. Okay, so the problem is the state of Bihar is saying that to fulfill these new teacher vacancies, the notification that they have come out with, They're saying that you need not be a resident of Bihar to take up this job of teaching in Bihar. What can be the problems related to it? So one idea is the teachers who are coming from other places, they would not be used to this culture and language that is being used. Because now your new education policy says that you have to teach the students preferably in their mother tongue till 8th standard, right? So how do they fulfill that criteria? Also, how about the youngsters, how about the people who are actually preparing specifically for those jobs? They will be at a disadvantage compared to others. Then similarly, if you find that the issue of regionalism, right, the issue of regionalism that you find in, say, Maharashtra, now the other side is saying that people who are living in Maharashtra or people from Bihar who are working in Maharashtra, the Marathi says that they are taking away our jobs. They are taking our jobs and they should be pushed out of the state, right? This was the issue of regionalism, if you remember. That is happening in various states. It is happening in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, and pretty much every state, the issue of regionalism. Now they're saying, other states are saying that please go to your own state, work there, but our own state is saying that we allow everyone, irrespective of their domicile, irrespective of which state do they belong to, they can come and apply for these jobs. They can compete for these jobs. So what do those people do? What do the people who are from Bihar, who are preparing for these teaching examinations, what do they do? Where do they go? Because they are not accepted in other states. Now their own state is also increasing the competition. But can you possibly think of something positive related to this? Can you think of something positive related to this? That if people from other states are allowed to work in Bihar, or particularly your teachers from other states are allowed to teach in Bihar, what benefits can arise out of it? So yes, there'll be an increase in quality. The students will get diverse opinion. So with the increase in competition, the existing teachers would have to upscale themselves. Yes, so Mohammed has highlighted, if you remember, the idea of acculturation. So in regionalism, we were saying that people should be, should get exposure to other cultures, to other languages, so that they do not have this idea or this spirit of regionalism. But on the negative side, it can also lead to regionalism. And also, so Ambesh is saying that the vacancies will be fulfilled. Now, these vacancies can be fulfilled by the people who are living, or the teachers who are preparing for these jobs in Bihar. But to think about this, so one argument goes that if you look at the vacancies of headmasters in Bihar, the state of Bihar is not able to find qualified professionals, qualified individuals to take up those jobs. And that's why those vacancies are lying for long. So with talent coming from various states within this country, they can fulfill this responsibility. They can take up those jobs. And also, yes, so Vaishya, the idea of India being one, that within the boundaries of India, if you are an Indian citizen, you should be allowed to work anywhere. Regional boundaries or state boundaries should not limit your opportunities to work. Because you are a citizen of India. You're not a citizen of Bihar, you're a citizen of India. So everyone should have that freedom. Or there should be an equitable treatment of people working from any place. Okay. So this was just to give you an idea that there are various issues that go on arising, right? So if they ask a particular question about any of these dimensions, you should be prepared. So you need not remember everything, but if there is something in the news, at least take down those notes and include it in your existing notes so that you have content in the future. Then excessive transfers of teacher. Now this is actually related mostly to your central government teachers. Or think of your teachers working in Kendriya Vidyalayas. So they will be transferred frequently. So because of that, there'll be a lot of litigation. You'll find that people will get transferred, or teachers will get transferred from North to South India. Now they belong to North India, they would want to work there, they are familiar with the language, familiar with the culture, they were doing their job properly, but now all of a sudden if you transfer them elsewhere, what happens to their spirit of teaching? What happens to their spirit of learning? Because the teachers themselves have to learn on a regular basis. They have to invest time in upgrading their skills. So which can become a problem. So for all these aspects, there can be a positive and negative. So because of these excessive transfers, one, there'll be increase in number of litigations, because these teachers will put up a case saying that we should be transferred back to the source or to our hometown or to the region where we were actually working. Similarly, because of these excessive transfers, now what happens is, if you remember, in your primary school or during your primary days, there would have been a class teacher. Now that class teacher would have been there for at least 5, 6, 7 years, and you get used to them, you get comfortable with them. The teachers also start understanding students better. Teachers also start understanding the specific needs of students, and they work accordingly, they teach you accordingly. If there are excessive transfers, now students are, every once in a while they're exposed to a new teacher. Yes, there can be new learnings that will arise out of it, but ultimately it'll take them time to get comfortable with the teacher. It'll take them time to get comfortable with their teaching style. It'll take the teacher time to understand the student, to understand the composition of the class, and by the time they reach that understanding, they'll be transferred again. So this excessive transfer is also an issue. Excessive recruitment of contract teachers. Now, most of these are actually related to your government schools. So you'll find the contractual jobs, and it is not just limited to school education. You think of your higher education as well. Your ad hoc professors, assistant professors that are there in various universities. Now they can lose their job at any time. And the same thing happened to Delhi University, right? So because of this, again, they will have no motivation, because they would know that we are working merely on a contract. Even the teachers would, even the students would take them lightly. Even the students would not be very serious about those teachers. Just think about it. So whenever the teacher called in sick or the teacher was not available, they will bring in a substitute teacher for the day or for that particular period. And what did you do about it? What did you do in that period? So most of the period will go in asking students names. Where do you come from? What is your name? How much did you score in the last class? The students will go on enjoying. They'll just ask the teacher, request the teacher, please take us to the playground, right? So the idea is that it'll lead to very casual behavior in the classroom. Students would not be disciplined. The teacher also will take it very lightly. So there is a lot of difference when it comes to substitute teachers and contract teachers, because I'm just trying to make the idea for you simpler to understand. Now these contract teachers would have no job security, they would have no social security. Once they are laid off, once their contract is terminated, where do they go? At the same time, the students would have got comfortable with the teachers. They would have been asking them questions, and they might have been enjoying the learning process in the classroom. But it can happen that the teacher is being laid off without any notice, or maybe with a notice of 6 days or a month. What happens then? So these are a few issues about teachers. So there are issues related to number of teachers. The number of teachers in our system are low. We are not able to fulfill the vacancies. Then there are problems related to vacancies, like the idea of domicile, or the idea of a person residing in a particular state. Then you move towards quality. That the quality of teachers is not good, right? So if you think of your private school teachers, you'll find that a lot of those teachers do not have the basic qualification to teach in the classroom. Even though CBSE mandates that you should have a bachelor's in education, etc. But the chances are, if you look at it, that you'll find most of the teachers are actually do not have that qualification. And teaching as such has become, say, the last career option. right? Teaching has become the last career option for that matter. So people first look for corporate jobs or something else. If they're not able to get something good, then they'll move towards teaching. Okay, let's at least have a little financial stability in life. That is what our teaching has come down to. Now, apart from this, let's think of other issues. If you remember, we were talking about the rates of attendance, the rates of enrollment, the rates of dropout. So when you think of the enrollment ratio, we were saying that most of our students are actually enrolling in our schools now. Most of the children are getting enrolled in the school. So the gross enrollment ratio has been increasing and is pretty high. But we are talking about the rates of attendance. The rates of attendance go down as the grades or as the standard goes up. So moving from, say, class 1 to class 10 or class 12th, you'll find that the rates of attendance will consistently go down. And when you move from school education to higher education, you'll find that not more than 30% or not more than 27% of your students actually enroll in higher education. Now, what happens during that timeline? What happens during that period? Because somewhere, if you think of the cutoff for higher education, you should be around 18 years of age to get enrolled in higher education. What happens during this age? That a lot of our students have to, particularly the students coming from socioeconomically weaker backgrounds, they have to take up labor. They have to take up any kind of remunerative and paid work so that they can contribute to the family income. So the issue of child labor arises here, because of which the dropout rates increase as the standard of education increases. Similarly, because of poor learning outcomes, because of their ability to learn things, to cope up with the curriculum, they start dropping out. As the standard increase, they are not able to cope up with the curriculum because it gets more and more advanced. If they're not able to cope up, they drop out of education. Now, this dropout can also happen because of this dropout can happen even in, say, richer families, students coming from richer households, because, say, they have a family business. And particularly in small towns, you'll find that it is still till standard that they push them till studies, and post that they'll say that ultimately you have to take care of business. It is better you come join the family in business and you learn those skills in these 4 years, rather than going to an engineering college, rather than going to a degree college where your learning will be absolutely zero. Learning related to business will be absolutely zero. Why don't you come sit at the shop? Why don't you take up a few responsibilities from our industry? So on. So it can happen because of those reasons as well, but the instances are very few. Now think of girls. When it comes to boys, they have to particularly take up child labor to take care of their family, to take care of the economic security of their family. Think about girls. Now girls, because of child marriage, because they have to share the responsibility, share the household responsibility with their mothers, they also have to drop out. Girls with, as the if you see, just take example of any remote area, you'll find, yes, there'll be primary schools there. But as the standard increases, for a secondary school, they might have to travel, say, 5-10 kilometers to other areas. Now, because of the issues related to harassment of girls, because of issues related to security, because of issues related to transportation, you find that the girls ultimately have to drop out of schools. And we will counter this argument in the higher education section. Just remember, because thinking about this, you might think that the enrollment in higher education then will be lower for girls, right? How many of you think that the enrollment in higher education is going to be low for girls because of these reasons? Okay, so even though I have told this earlier, most of you think, yes, it'll be lower for girls. Okay, but we will come to that argument. Now, because of poverty, because of starvation, because of issues related to poorer households, they do not have adequate healthcare facilities, they do not get adequate nutrition, they will fall sick more frequently, because of which their attendance rates will go down. Now, just think about this. Even if the health of the mother is not fine, if the health there are issues related to health of the mother, and you find that the instances are pretty high, you find that it is ultimately the girl child who has to take up those responsibilities of her mother, right? So taking care of the dietary requirements of the family members, taking care of the mother, etc., generally is being taken up by the girl child. So even if the mother is not well, even if there is any kind of health issue in the family, it is generally the girl child who has to compromise, who has to stop going to the school, who has to compromise with her attendance to take care of all those familial matters. So it is not just limited to girl child. Also, you'll find that because of poverty, because of being poor, because of living in slums, etc., anyone can fall in sick. Anyone will have health related issues, be it a boy, be it a girl. So they would also have to drop out of school, or their attendance will be lower. So with lower attendance, with increased dropouts, you'll find the learning outcomes are going to stay low. So these are also various issues. These are also various issues related to schools. Okay, so yes, Chandrayaan is going live, but it's okay. You can just check it later, right? So we can maybe, I'm not against, say, putting a bar on your excitement. Be excited, that is good. You'll be more excited once you wait till 8:30, right? You'll be more excited. So it is better we focus on this, because ultimately it's not it's not good to, say, compromise on the class for the sake of watching that landing, because it will remain the same, right? It'll land and you can check out the videos later. But yes, there has been a drop in the numbers. So okay, so it's ultimately up to you what you find more important, right? An ongoing class or something that you can watch later. Okay, moving ahead, these are the issues that have been highlighted when it comes to our school education. Now let's see what our national education policy has to say about it. Before we move on to the suggestions by national education policy, because of few of them are also in they are implementing those things, and you might be aware coming from newspaper, let's just briefly look at how they are talking about changing the structure of education. So we were saying that the base has to be strong, one thing. But if you look at the previous academic structure, no importance has been given to your elementary care, and education. So they will try to fix that. Okay. Then you find they have broken down the 10+2 structure into this new one. And here you'll find that 5+3+3+4, that also takes it up to 10+2. You'll find that there'll be more flexibility that will come to. There'll be increased attention towards elementary care. So they will talk about, covering 100% of the children in elementary care, in elementary education. They will talk about a push towards that. Then they'll talk about a smooth transition from elementary education to your school education. For example, your students coming from your Anganwadis, students coming from your kindergarten, there has to be a smooth transition in school education, because you find that mostly, if you look at elementary education, it is very casual. It does not prepare the students very well for the school education that they would have to take up in an year or two. So they talk about a preparatory class here itself. From the years 5 to 6, they'll talk about a preparatory class, which basically prepares them for the school education. Then they move on to your standard 1 and 2, which is also more or less a preparation for your school education. So it'll be more playway based, etc. That we will come to, do not worry about it. Then if you look at it, previously you had to, after 10th standard, you had to choose a particular stream and then stick to it. So there as well, they are talking about more flexibility. Yes, you still have to choose subjects, but at an earlier stage, One, second, there'll be more flexibility when it comes to the choice of subjects. They'll provide you more flexibility. So now you can choose physics with economics. You can choose history with chemistry. So they are giving you more choices. They are making it more flexible, right? So that you can say you can be more informed about the decision. So you get exposure of various subjects, and you are ready, or you already know by the time you finish your 12th standard, you already know which is the field that you actually want to go into. Because right now what happens is we are not aware what all options do we have, and also the strict these watertight compartments when it comes to various streams also limit our options. So if there is a student who takes up commerce after 10th standard, and they study commerce for 2 years during 11th and 12th standard, they do not have any way of going towards technical education later in their life, right? So it limits their choices. They will fix that issue. So basically they are changing the structure of our school education. So from 10 plus 2, they are moving towards 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. Now you would say that what does it mean? It basically talks about focusing on each and every stage. So every stage will have its importance. So rather than thinking of it as just one block, they have dissected it so that they can focus on each and every aspect. Also, now they are going to focus on your elementary education as well. In what all ways, we will come back to it. Now just look at the basic objective of your national education policy. Now why is it here? Right now we have understood what are various issues related to education. So we have not gone till higher education, but most of you are coming from higher education or are still in higher education system. So you know pretty much all the issues that we are ultimately going to highlight. If you look at this objective, what I would want you to do is, I have highlighted a few parts. So if there is a question that is being asked, try to use these kind of phrases. Try to use these kind of keywords. Ultimately, you have to understand them simply, but try to use these kind of phrases because it will enrich your answer. It'll show the examiner that you are well informed, you are well read when it comes to a national education policy. So it talks about an education rooted in Indian ethos. So we were saying that now our education has become more modern, has become more Western. What about the traditional learnings? Similarly, when we were talking about traditional medicine, we were saying that we do not conduct any research. We do not have enough number of practitioners when it comes to traditional medicine. So similarly, for the overall education, we have to create an education system which is rooted in Indian ethos. Now, these ethos will extend to values. What are the basic Indian values? If you remember from our first discussion, we're talking about tolerance. We were talking about love. We were talking about taking care of your family, taking care of your society, right? So all those values have to be imbibed. How they're going to do it, we will come to it. Then it has to be equitable. It has to be equitable so that everyone has more or less an equal access to education. Then it has to lead to creation of a vibrant knowledge society. Now, there can be various meanings of this vibrant knowledge society. They have not specified it, but you think about it. Now, right now, we study in silos. So if you take up one particular stream, then you study in that particular stream for your life, and you are not aware of other things. Similarly, if you look at our institutions, they are very fragmented, particularly our higher education institutions. You find that there'll be specific standalone colleges for one particular stream, and they will teach only those subjects. So you do not get any exposure whatsoever to other subjects, to other things, what is happening around. Similarly, we do not have a lot of push towards research. Then whatever learnings we get from our college education, from our graduation, if you think about this, how much of that knowledge is actually practical, is actually something that you can use, that you can apply to learn something new or to take up a job. And you find that even when it comes to taking up any kind of job, we are not getting enough skills during our college education, during our higher education. Forget about the school education. So this idea is about, when you say more vibrant, it is about getting vocational education, It is about getting exposure to various other streams. It is also about inculcating the spirit, inculcating those values in our education. Then they talk about providing high quality education to all. So access to high quality education for all. Now again, you'll find that they will also talk about affordability. When they say equitable, it is more about affordability, and it is also about the learning process, right? So they will talk about providing say specific education, or say recruiting tribal teachers to teach tribal students. What is that? Making it more equitable when it comes to curriculum. Similarly, they'll talk about including various aspects of state-related information, state-related things in your school education. What is that? Making it more equitable. Similarly, this equitable will also extend to your affordability aspect. So they are again talking about making your education accessible, affordable to all. And again, you find that this also forms a triangle of access, quality, and affordability, which is not very easy to break, which is not very easy to sustain. So it might sound a little impractical, but yes, the government has suggested, or the national education policy has suggested its best when it comes to fixing those issues, and ultimately creating India into a global knowledge superpower. Then the curriculum and the pedagogical structure should be so developed that it inculcates a deep sense of respect towards the fundamental duties and constitutional values in our students. Now you'll find that if you look at any of your NCERT, you will find something mentioned from the constitution. Can anyone suggest what is it? So one thing is, yes, preamble. So they do, we already find your constitutional principles, important ones like fundamental duties, your preamble mentioned in the NCERTs, but now they are talking about having that sense of idea, because how many of you were aware of basic understanding of our constitution before you entered your classroom here for civil services examination? Even though it is mentioned right there in the front of every book, you find that most of you, yes, most of you would have a very little understanding, very little to no understanding of our constitution, of our constitutional values. So that is what they talk about. Then the policy talks about instilling among the learners a deep-rooted pride in being Indian. So with Western education, with more scientific education, we find that we are moving away from our Indian value system. We are moving away from the Indian ethos. We do not have that sense of pride in being an Indian, because see, right now we find that there has been a push towards this even before the national education policy. And yesterday, I think we were discussing the same in the same class. We were discussing about, yes, we had a glorious past. So the national education policy is saying we had a glorious past, but people are not aware, students are not aware. At the same time, the other problem can be we are aware of the past and we keep sticking to the past, rather than thinking of the problems and the solutions that should be there in the present and future. We just go back to the past to argue for everything. So yes, our education system was multidisciplinary. Our education system was very qualitative in the past. But what about now? What about now? Things have to change. We have to be more forward looking. We have to think about the problems of the present as well. They talk about developing knowledge, skills, values, etc., so that we become more and more oriented towards contributing to our society. We get more skills to contribute to our national GDP, to contribute to development, to contribute to overall well-being of our society. And it is not just limited to our own society, but they talk about global well-being. Right? So they want to create global citizens, or the national education policy thinks in terms of creating global citizens who are rooted in the Indian values. So going back to the Indian values, or strengthening the Indian ethos, does not mean that you would not be skilled enough to take up any kind of activity. You would not be, say, developed enough or smart enough to take up anything on the global level. So they talk about creating a balance. They talk about creating a balance of Western scientific education and your traditional Indian values. And you find that this idea or this objective of national education policy is in lines with the Gandhian idea. So if you remember, Mahatma Gandhi has mentioned this multiple times, that we should not be, say, so based in our cultural ethos that we do not look at what is happening, all the advancements that are happening in the world. So we have to learn from our past and also from what is happening around us for a better future, so that you take up new skills. Right. So right now what happens is that our education system, particularly our higher education system, most of the curriculums across our universities are so outdated that they do not accommodate newer changes. So if someone is studying right now, if someone is studying in engineering in a general private college, how many of you would say that they have already integrated artificial intelligence, or they have integrated other scientific advancements in your curriculum? And you'll find no. If you look at the questions asked in state universities, if you look at the books that are used or prescribed in state universities, they are in a dismal state. They use the same books from the 90s to teach the students today. And also, when we think of the Indian ethos and values, you have to, again, like your national education policy, you have to create a balance. That's why previously I never used to take this write-up, but I have taken now, so that you understand that your national education policy also talks about balance, and you have to keep it balanced. So yes, you have to learn in your home language or in your mother tongue, but you should be well equipped to take up any kind of newer tasks that are coming up. So the push towards traditional languages, the push towards classical languages, do not mean that you do not learn newer languages, you do not learn foreign languages, you do not get scientifically or technologically equipped. So there has to be a balance. So just go through this once during your revision. Just go through this once during the revision and try to pick up a few keywords and mention them in your notes, so that because the chances are, if you have happened to gone through this national education policy, from the introduction of national education policy, a question has been asked. The question, if you remember the question on sustainable development goals or sustainable development goal that was asked relating it to national education policy, you'll find it mentioned in the introduction itself. So please be prepared. So that's why I have mentioned this, so that you can take up the ideas, take up these keywords from your national education policy. Great. So our Chandrayaan has successfully landed on the moon. Lovely. Great. Okay, so I hope now we can come back to our discussion, right? Okay, perfect. Okay, now let's look at the suggestions. Now, while going through the problems, you would have already thought of a few suggestions. Also, national education policy has been in the news for the past 3 years. Something or the other keeps going around. So you do have a fair understanding of various suggestions under your national education policy from your current affairs as well. Let's try to look at them one by one and see what our national education policy talks about. Another thing is that they have already asked a question on a specific aspect from your national education policy in the past. They can definitely ask a question on any other aspect that you find in the news in the future. So whatever is there in the news, please keep covering it. It will become more and more important from the examination point of view. So they would not tend to ask a, say, very general question of what are the issues related to our education system or what are the issues related to our school education. They'll tend to ask smarter questions because the discussion that is happening on this national education policy is complex in nature, right? Because everything has its pros and cons. So the idea of incentivizing education, the idea of making our curriculum flexible, it has both pros and cons. So for example, your no detention policy has pros and cons. So all these debates go around every now and then in your newspapers. So please keep following them. And if you find good pointers, because there'll be multiple articles, they'll go on getting repeated. So you do not have to say read everything, you do not have to go through everything. But yes, be aware if you get good points in an editorial or maybe from some discussion from your magazines, please take a note of it and integrate it with your chapter on education. The way I've been suggesting this for other chapters, this is important for education as well, because it will help you broaden your horizons, right? So for example, the domicile issue in Bihar or the issue related to teacher vacancies can be extended to regionalism, can be extended to idea of regionalism. There can be an integration between paper 1 and 2. So be prepared for anything like that. Okay, so the national education policy talks about universal access to everyone, starting right from your preschool or your right from your elementary education till your 12th standard. So they have extended the scope of right to education. They're talking about extended the scope of right to education. What is right to education right now? Till what level or till what ages do you find right to education? Starting to end. What is the base age for right to education? So 6 to 14. But now they are also talking about, if you remember the graph or the image that I shared, you say now they are extending it to 3 years. So from 6 years, it will be now 3 years. Starting from 3 years old, it will extend till you're 18 years old, right? From 3 to 18 years old, thereby extending the or expanding the scope of right to education. And let's see how they go about it. So they are talking about increasing the gross enrollment ratio in school by 2030. So we see that only a little has to be done to extend this gross enrollment ratio or to make this gross enrollment ratio to 100%, because now the margin is close to 1.5%, 2%. But the problem there is the students who are not actually getting enrolled in the system are students particularly coming from socio-economically weaker backgrounds. They're coming from those disadvantaged sections. So you have to make them a part of our education system. Then also it talks about providing sufficient and effective infrastructure. So when you think of infrastructure, start from clean water, basic sanitation facilities, take it till your availability of labs, availability of other, say, infrastructure for any kind of co-curricular activity. Think of your other labs for, say, conducting experiments apart from your computer labs. Think of your digital infrastructure, because now those are also more increasingly becoming a part of your basic infrastructure. So you can conveniently say that being digitally literate right now should be, or it appears to be, a basic right. It should be a basic right, because you have to use digital means in each and every aspect of life. To get educated, you need digital literacy. To get your healthcare, you need digital literacy. To talk to someone, to move from one place to another, for every aspect, your digital means or digital education is becoming important. So that should also be included as a part of this basic infrastructure. Now, how would they increase this enrollment ratio to 100%? Because we are saying that it is particularly children coming from socio-economically disadvantaged sections. So they are talking about separate and specific provisions for those. alternative and innovative education centers to ensure that students who are dropping out or the children who are dropping out are brought back into mainstream education to curtail the dropout rates. And again, most of it has not been implemented. So we cannot have a definite answer for everything, that what is it that they are going to do. Right? It is something that you will find slowly and steadily coming up in your newspapers, that whenever they talk about implementing this policy, because this policy will be implemented through various programs. So whenever you find those mentions, just relate it back to the original suggestion. Now, we have to track students and their learning levels, because merely enrolling them in the education system is not going to help. Ultimately, we have to think of the learning outcomes. So to think of the learning outcomes, there has to be, say, consistent tracking of their performance. Now, we do have that right now. We have your, say, weekly tests. For example, we have this system here as well that most of you do not use. That is meant for you, but most of you do not use it. That you can track your performance yourself. You can help the teacher and the system track your performance through various weekly tests, through various sectional tests, through your test series, etc. Similarly, in school education, you do have your unit tests, you do have your half-yearly examinations, etc. to track the performance, but it has to be more personalized. Because what do we do? Just think about this. Right now, if you do not score well on your unit test, what kind of measures are being taken to improve that? One, on your end, and also on the teacher's end. What kind of measures do we take if you do not perform well in your unit tests? So one example is extra classes for the students who are not doing well. Another example is informing the parents that the student is not doing well, do something about it. Then, okay, someone has a sad story here talking about getting beaten up with a stick. Great. Okay. Giving suggestions to improve, etc. Now, you find that right now the tracking system that we have is not very rigid. So, think of using digital means here. Think of using digital means here. You say, take a test. The test will cover various aspects. So, for example, the test in, say, social issues will cover globalization, will cover regionalism, will cover communalism, etc. Now, on the basis of various categories, on the basis of various dimensions, you can find that you might be weak in a certain section and you can be, say, strong in certain sections. So where do you actually have to work? You have to work on your weaker parts, because generally what happens is, if you're not able to understand something, if you're not performing well in a particular area, we generally try to ignore it. We generally try to avoid it. So rather than doing that, we can focus on those weaker areas. So how can they go about it? It can be by using digital means. And yes, it is not possible to use digital means everywhere in your primary and secondary schools, but at least there has to be a consistent tracking. Because what happens is, we just wait for the results to come out, and more often than not, nothing happens. More often than not, we do not take any learnings out of it. Even the teachers do not focus on those areas. What happens is, they wait for the next weekly test or the next monthly test. Then you fail that test again, and that goes on repeating. The cycle goes on. So rather than waiting for these say, results, etc., the tracking has to be consistent. The tracking has to be continuous. It has to be on a regular basis. So you have to make sure that everyone understands everything in the classroom. So yes, when it comes to higher education, it would not be possible because ultimately it has to be led by self-discipline. Right? There should be self-discipline, but you cannot expect your young children to be that disciplined. So yes, the way we expect you to be disciplined, that you will attend the classes on time, you will be attentive in the class. If given a question, you will try writing that question. If given suggestions to improve, you will try to improve. Ultimately, it comes to your self-discipline. because at a higher level you cannot go on forcing someone, but at the primary, secondary level and your middle school, you'll find that the self say discipline to become say internalized, to become a part of student's life, it has to be first imposed. It has to be first the student has to be first given direction. Where does that direction come from? It comes from the teacher. Based on the assessment, based on the tracking of those assessments, you can actually improve in that aspect. Then there are various, now when we are saying when we are talking about particularly about socio-economically disadvantaged sections, and particularly in remote areas, you find that ultimately if they are not going to the school, no one cares, right? The teachers would not go as they used to, because back even in our times the teachers used to visit our homes, and no, it was not weekly, but yes, at least in a month a class teacher would visit our homes and check with our parents that the student is doing well or not, right? But now this is something that cannot be done because they do not have the kind of resources. The government or the public schools do not have the kind of resources, and also you find that there is issue related to the accountability in teachers, etc. So you can use, or you can tap the potential from civil society. So the way, for example, your NGO Pratham works in these socio-economically disadvantaged groups, works for these groups. They have various counseling centers, they have various study centers in your slum areas, in your rural areas, where there'll be teachers, there'll be volunteers who will be helping students living in the vicinity, who will be helping students living in those areas to learn. If they're not going to school, they will keep a track of their attendance. They will keep a track of their assessments. They will teach them. They'll help them with their homework. They'll teach them new things, etc. And there are various NGOs working in these directions. So why not tap potential from your civil society to actually better your education system? Then they talk about equitable and inclusive education. So we are saying that the education is not accessible to all. The education is not affordable for all. So where do those students go? The government talks about provisions for them. If you remember, in in women, we're talking about gender inclusion fund. So if you think of socio-economically disadvantaged sections, it can be women based on gender. It can be transgenders based on gender. It can be SCs and STs based on their caste. It can be people coming from economically weaker households. So these socio-economically disadvantaged sections should be provided special protection. So for that, they are creating a gender inclusion fund, which will help make the education accessible and affordable for all. And here you have a little data that most of the students who are actually dropping out from the education, who are not getting enrolled in the education, are actually coming from these socio-economically disadvantaged sections. So special protection for them. Now, out of these socio-economically disadvantaged sections, you have your differently abled as well. You have your differently abled as well. So if you think of our education system right now, it again works in watertight compartments. Students who come from differently abled section, they have separate schools, they have special schools. And what according to you should be the case? Should they be integrated with the regular system? Or should we go on with having separate schools for your differently abled? What should be the case according to you? Should we have separate schools? So should I saying integration? Ambesh, Dheeraj, Shaimil, everyone is saying, most of you are saying that they should be integrated with the regular schooling system. Now just think about it. The ones who are for this, just think about this. If you have someone blind sitting in the classroom, do you expect them to be able to understand everything the teacher writes on the board? Or do you expect them to visualize the same way that you do? Similarly, if someone is deaf, if someone is deaf, someone is blind, if someone has any kind of mental situation, do you think the learning outcomes or the levels of learning will be same if they're made to sit in the same classroom? And the answer is no. And I think the ones who are talking about having separate schools are the ones who actually thought about this idea that they would not be able to cope up with the regular classroom structure. Similarly, the ones who are talking about having separate schools, ultimately, yes, till 12th standard, even say for higher education, you can have separate schools, which will cater to their special demands, which will cater to their particular demands according to the section that they are coming from. Now, what happens once they land in market? Do we have separate? Do we have a separate, say, system or separate job opportunities for the differently abled? Because ultimately, not everyone, because the government has provisions for reservation, etc. Fine, but the government jobs are limited. Most of them would have to ultimately go for private jobs. So your corporate houses, do they have separate provisions for accommodating the differently abled? What happens to them once they enter the market? No, they do not have. So having a separate school or separate education system doesn't work. Integrating the system also doesn't work. Or having a same school or making everyone sit in the same class also doesn't work, because it will lead to poor learning outcomes, because it will lead to teacher not being able to cater to their special demands. So what is the solution? The simple solution that they are talking about is, it might not be mentioned here, they are talking about having, say, within the same campus, having all the kinds of students. Within the same campus, having all the kinds of students, so that in this classroom their special needs are taken care of, but they have this entire area, they have exposure to what is happening around, so that they are better equipped for their futures. Right. So that is what the idea by your national education policy is. So for some reason, sorry for that matter, I forgot to mention that point here, but you can mention that point. You can just mention that point. Same school but different class, absolutely. Okay, so the suggestion is, rather than making everyone sit in the same class, or rather than having separate schools, let's have separate classes within the same school campus. That is what the point is. So yes, special emphasis on socio-economically disadvantaged sections, separate gender inclusion fund for particularly your women and transgenders. Then children with disabilities will be enabled to fully participate in the regular schooling process. Okay, so this point is mentioned here. So they're talking about letting them enter the regular school system, regular education system, from initial to the higher education stage, so that they get a glimpse of, they get exposure to what is happening, because ultimately this will be an idea to make them better equipped for their future. Now they are also talking about achieving foundational literacy and numeracy. Now this will happen with an increased focus on your elementary education. Increased focus on your elementary education, so that we are more oriented towards learning outcomes and students have a better base. Similarly, if you remember in your ACER report, we are saying that the learning outcomes are very poor, even in grade 3. Think about the learning outcomes if they check at a later stage. At grade 3, because at least from grade 1 to grade 3, due attention is given to the students. But what happens if they're not able to read a text of second standard in grade 3? How do you expect them to read on their own? How you expect them to learn things from the books? They would not be able to. So due attention has to be given to this by focusing on their elementary education. And now that they are extending the scope of your right to education, they're talking about providing access to education to everyone from the age groups of 3 till 18. You find that there is a renewed push towards early education, early childhood care and education. So ensure quality childhood care and education for all children between 3 to 6 years by year 2025. So the target is, we are about to reach the target year, and let's see what happens then. Then special attention and priority will be given to various districts, and particularly your remote areas, your say geographically difficult areas, and particularly your socio-economically disadvantaged people or students coming from these sections. So special attention has to be given to them, because ultimately these are the ones who actually are lagging behind when it comes to your enrollment ratio, when it comes to the learning outcomes. And also there has to be a push between this age group, because most of the development of your brain, most of your understanding cognitive abilities are actually shaped during this age group. Because as we say, as I always say, that once we're used to the kind of education system that we have, that we are primarily thinking in terms of getting good marks, we are thinking primarily in terms of covering the syllabus, we are thinking that everything has to be served on a platter, everything has to be spoon fed. The habit takes years, and most of the times it does not even go away. And the problem is that we are not focusing on the base, we are not focusing at an early age. That is where we have to, right? So because that's where the most of the development is happening, most of your habits are shaped during that age. So they're talking about Anganwadis and preschools. Now what they're saying is, when you talk about improving the infrastructure, improve the infrastructure of Anganwadis. If you think of the Anganwadi workers and teachers there, they have to be trained adequately. There has to be adequate training when it comes to taking care of those children, because this is something, if you have happened to go to an Anganwadi, if you think if you have ever gone to an Anganwadi, you'll find that the infrastructure, first the basic infrastructure, the classroom, etc., do not exist in most of the Anganwadis. They are sitting out in the open. Even if there is a little infrastructure, it is in shackles. Yes, midday meal is being provided now. The rates of, or the number of schools or the Anganwadis in which midday meal is provided has increased, but again, the quality of the food can be questioned. The methodology or the pedagogy of used by the teachers can be questioned. Why? Because they're still sticking to the old means. And if you remember that when it comes to a midday meal scheme as well, now they're talking about nutrition in midday meal scheme. And if you remember, there was a debate related to eggs, whether they should be a part of the diet or not. So rather than simply thinking in terms of nutritional requirement, it has to be shifted towards the nutritional requirement. Also, if you think of the kind of exposure a student or a child gets there, it has to be changed. It has to be more oriented more towards learning, and learning through play methods, right? Then between age 5 to 6 years, before you move to the next stage, 3 to 5 Anganwadis, 5 to 6 years of age. Now again, you remember, one of the argument of one of the issues was that we go on sending our children to school based on their age. There is an advancement in level based on their age group. So we are still sticking to the old method. So that problem is not addressed and will not be addressed by this policy, because again, we are primarily focusing age group here as well. So between age 5 to 6 years, to prepare them for the school, to prepare them for school education, the curriculum has to change. It has to be based more on learning through play methods. And they are talking about creating Bal Vatikas. It is the preparatory class that will prepare the children for their school education. So that there is a smooth transition. Till now we were saying the transition was not smooth. In your Anganwadis, nothing happens. Post that, you are made to go to a school. There you find the curriculum is more advanced compared to what you have learned in your previous stages. So this transition has to be smooth. And children are, we should not ultimately burden children with education. Right? It should not merely be about learning what is there in the curriculum, but it has to be more about inculcating better habits, better values in children, letting them play, letting them grow according to their specific needs. And your national education policy overall talks about letting children learn or letting children prosper in their desirable field. Because right now our fields are limited. You can either go for science, humanities, or commerce, out of which you find more orientation towards science based subjects. Why? Because we primarily think we do not have multiple options, career options in other streams. And humanities has been say looked at as something which is the last choice, right? And ultimately when you come to prepare for your civil services examination, it is your humanities subjects that you have to study primarily. Why? Because they are going to help you understand the society. They are going to help you understand your political structure. They are going to help you understand the basic economic structure. So they are talking about exposure to everything, and everything will fall in place once you go through it again. Coming back to it, they are talking about preparing the children between the ages of 5 to 6 years, and there has to be a specific curriculum for these years as well. Now this curriculum ultimately will be developed by NCERT, but also NCERT also has to say consult various stakeholders for that matter. So they have not started working on it right now. No, they have started working on it, but the curriculum has not come out so far, because I think they are more involved in curriculum for the later grades for that matter. Because even your SCRTs or your state councils are actually working for the curriculum in the middle ages or the middle schools right now. So let's see what kind of curriculum they come up with, because ultimately we cannot be say great judges of what the curriculum is. Ultimately it will be your experts who will tell you what are the lacunas, what are the positive sides of that curriculum. But the idea is to keep it simple, to increase the complexity gradually, to not burden children with the load of education, with the load of books. Then also they will focus on training of Anganwadi workers and your teachers. Then let's come to the curriculum. So one idea is now you will have more flexibility. You can choose among various subjects. So you can take up a subject from humanities, a subject from commerce, and a subject from science together. And ultimately, after you're done with your school education, you can decide which direction you want to move into. Now, this will again take a little time to get implemented, because these changes are not very simple. It has to be done in a phased manner, right? There has to be a phased manner. It should not be, it should not happen so that on the next day, once the policy comes out, you have changed everything, right? You have to prepare everything. You have to go through it in a phased manner, because you have to change your curriculum. You have to, the NCERT has to work, your state councils have to work, etc., to make it more flexible. But ultimately the idea is to provide more flexibility in terms of choosing your curriculum. Now this flexibility is not just limited to children. This flexibility is also getting extended to teachers, that now they will have more autonomy to choose the way in which they want to teach. Right now the standards are fixed, but now they will have more autonomy as to how they can teach, how they can go about the same curriculum. Also, this flexibility gets extended to your state governments, because every state has a distinct culture. The overall framework will be decided by your NCERT, but within this, you'll find that your state governments or your state councils will get autonomy to include things based on their based on the literature of their state, based on the history of their state, so that children get accustomed to, or children get to know about the peculiarities of their states. But overall framework is to be decided by NCERT. So now you can argue saying that if ultimately NCERT is the one who is deciding the structure, where does that autonomy come in? because they're saying that 90% of the curriculum that the state governments are going to add to their school education has to come from the basic curriculum decided by NCERT. So only 10% flexibility is there, but it is still better than not having any flexibility at all, because ultimately you read the same NCERTs, people coming from different states all go through the same examples, all go through the same content, and they do not get to understand the peculiarities of the state. Another idea could have been to introduce another subject. For example, in your state PCS or in your Uttar Pradesh PCS, they have included another subject which relates particularly to the society, polity, etc. of the state. Similarly, for your Rajasthan administrative services, they have a particular subject for the states, so that they get an exposure to the state. So let's see how the state councils will go about it, whether they will amend the overall framework provided by NCERT or they include something new. So that is ultimately up to them how they want to go about it. Then cross-curricular integration. That means right now subjects related to your finer arts, subjects related to physical education, etc. are the ones which are considered to be optional. So you can choose amongst those subjects. Now they're talking about giving it more importance, because there can be children, there can be students who are more oriented towards physical education, who are doing well in sports, who are more oriented towards sports. So now they can choose those as major subjects. Rather than thinking of those three broader categories of science, commerce, and humanities, now you can take up any subject. So you can take up fine arts as your major subjects. So there is more flexibility and there is cross-curricular integration. Now, you can again argue that when we were studying in the same stream for years, we are finding it difficult to get a job, right? We are finding it difficult to get into research. But what will happen if they get, say, a little idea of everything? Would it actually equip them? Would it actually equip them better for the market or not? That can be questioned. But the ultimate idea is this. This integration right now is happening at the school education level, and ultimately it will give more choice, more flexibility to the student to choose their field later. Because if they find themselves faring well in terms of, say, music or dance, they can pursue that stream, they can pursue that field. It is not implemented, the implementation is happening in phases. You see, for example, your higher educational institutions or internationalization of higher educational institutions was there in the news. They're working on it. Similarly, your higher education commission was in news. They're working on that. So they're working on everything in phases, because this is policy. For example, when we're talking about health policy, which was introduced back in 2017, not everything has been implemented, right? They keep making changes. Everything has to be done in a phase-wise manner. So these are suggestions. Yes, they will work on these suggestions and they will go about it. Okay, so high quality textbook material will be developed by your NCERT and your SCERTs. Now states will prepare their own curricula, prepare textbooks incorporating state flavor and material. So that is what the idea is. Ultimately, NCERT will decide what the curriculum is going to be, but the states will have more flexibility, more autonomy to introduce, to add state-based things. So the culture of that particular state, the social structure of that state, particular issues related to that state. Because, for example, your Himalayan states have a different problem, they have a different culture, they have a different social setup. So they will get more autonomy to introduce those things. Then we were talking about the languages. We were saying that students do not get to study in their regional language. They have to choose from a very limited option of languages, of Indian languages. Now they are talking about giving regional languages more importance. They're talking about making instructions in regional languages compulsory till 5th standard, and then desirable till 8th standard. That till 8th standard, it is desirable to give instructions to the students in their mother tongue. Now, it is not that they will be given instructions only in their mother tongue. The three language formula remains the same, and they have to choose a foreign language as well. So they get exposure to all the languages. Also, if you are teaching them in regional languages, you have to develop your content, your textbooks in regional languages as well, so that there is availability of material. Because think about this, right now we do not have many students from, say, coming from Hindi background, but if someone is preparing for civil services in Hindi, they'll find it difficult to get most of their standard books in Hindi. Similarly, when it comes to other regional languages, you'll find close to no good study material in your regional languages. And ultimately, those students are either forced to stick to their state services, or they're forced to pursue their studies in English. Why? Because of lack of availability of study material. So to fix that issue, one idea is to push regional languages, make students multilingual, and also prepare your content, prepare your textbooks, etc. in regional languages as well. Reducing the weight of school bags. Then if you look at the new rationalized NCRTs that happened primarily because of COVID, because of students not being able to go to schools because of the COVID pandemic, because of the lockdown, there was a gap when it comes to education. Right, students were not able to go to the school, they're not able to adapt well to your online education, so they rationalized the syllabus. Now they're talking about decreasing that curriculum load, making the transition from one grade to another more smoother, more easier for the student, so that it does not, say, you find a steep rise in the level of education once you reach your 11th standard. Right, till 9th and 10th standard, it is very basic. Then there is a steep rise when it comes to 11th and 12th standard. So it has to be more gradual. That's what they are talking about. This is something important. Just look at this point. They're talking about introducing values, and if you remember from the objective, they're talking about Indian ethos, values, etc. So they're now talking about introducing ethics, not ethics as a subject, but the idea of doing what's right, making students realize the significance of this idea of ethics, of various moral values, right from the young age. Because you find that, yes, we had our moral studies, moral education in schools, but it was limited. The ideas were limited. Now they are making it more about doing what's right. They are pushing it more towards ethics, so that you realize the importance. Because ultimately, you'll find that even in civil services examination, the introduction of ethics has found a lot of mixed responses, and mostly negatives. Right, so you hear about those arguments related to ethics, whether it should be there or not, etc. But now we find that it is more important. The idea of education, based in education being an end in itself, is also something related to idea of what is doing right. So similarly, all the aspects of life, all the values that we find, students should be familiarized at a very young age, at a very young level. Then also, when it comes to vocational education, because we are saying that ultimately, even if we study, we go through our entire schooling process, we do not get the required skills to take up any kind of work. So they are also going to push vocational education. Now think of carpentry, think of pottery, etc. So that students learn how to work, because studying and the discipline related to studies is different, and the discipline related to work is different. So they are going to introduce vocational education in your secondary standard, that is after your 8th standard. So it will be completely based on the level of safety. Obviously, they're not going to say, let you use a lathe machine right in the 9th, 10th standard. But yes, it will be based on safety, but at least There'll be an introduction of vocational education. Also, on the similar lines, they're talking about making our higher education more skill based. And apart from this, they are also talking about, making students get educated, making students understand various other things. So, your basic, how to keep your finances in check. So, maintaining your basic financial records. So, all those basic services that you need will also be incorporated with your school and higher education. Now, the idea of multilingualism, as already discussed with the classroom, they are talking about medium of instruction being mother tongue till grade 5 and preferably till grade 8. The 3-language policy remains the same. You have to choose 3 languages of your choice, but they are also going to push your classical languages, and they're saying that these classical languages should be widely available in all the schools, because now, right now, if you think of taking up, say, Kannada in Punjab, it is not possible, right? So they are going to make these classical languages widely available as options in schools. And again, I'm saying that they are striking the right balance. They're talking about giving instructions in your mother tongue, but they're also teaching you English. They're also including classical languages here. So they are trying to strike the right balance between all the languages. Then, apart from the languages that we speak, there is also sign language, which is also fragmented. You do not have say exact same standard across the country. So they are planning to standardize your sign language as well. Ghulam, please suggest, what are you saying is problematic? What is problematic? Please suggest. Now, coming to the next part, that is related to assessment in schools. So assessment, basically, there are various tests, etc., that are conducted. Now, right now, we see that our tests or our assessments are based more on remembering facts. Right, if you remember your school education particularly till 10th standard, most of the questions had a factual nature. Whereas if you look at your NCERTs, you'll find that the kind of content they have provided is more conceptual in nature. It challenges your analytical skills. You have to think and storm your brain continuously. But ultimately, your assessments are particularly based in facts, on your ability to remember things. And even your evaluation happens on the same lines, whether you could reproduce that fact or not. Even if you write answers in your own language, they were not appreciated, right? So it was based more in rote learning. But now they are talking about restructuring your education system, making it more flexible, making it more conceptual, making it more about critical thinking, making students a part of discussion. Till now, we have one-way communication, that the teacher will come, teach the concepts, take a few questions and go away. That is one thing. Another thing is making students a part, making students stakeholders in their own learning process, so that they are able to think critically. They have better analytical skills, so that they think for themselves. And this is the problem that we have at the basic level, the problem of rote learning, the problem of trying to remember all those facts is reflected even in your higher education, even in your system when it comes to civil services examination. So students do not understand, they do not try to become a part of this process. They do not try to challenge their basic learning capacities. So let's think about, these are the kind of questions that are asked in the examination. Please tell us what has to be written in the examination, so that we can reproduce these ideas there and get marks and clear the examination. That is what happens. Why? Because the basic habit has started from there. So rather than doing that, it's better to make students a part of the discussion, to make students a part of their own learning process, so that there is more cognitive ability. And now, based on these kind of skills, based on these analytical skills, the skills of critical thinking, having conceptual clarity, you base your assessments on these skills as well, so that your assessments reflect that whether a student has conceptual clarity or not. It should not merely be about reproducing whatever you have, say, remembered, reproducing something from rote learning. So rather than, if you remember in schools, rather than telling you the logic behind things, the logic behind, say, your mathematical tables, the logic of multiplication, addition, subtraction, etc., it was mostly about remembering the table as it is. That was given more importance. So those things have to change. Similarly, if we talk about your board examinations, even though if you look at your board examinations right now, particularly your CBSE board, you'll find the examinations are pretty simple, pretty easy, but they are trying to make them more easier. They are also trying to base them in concepts, because if you look at your board examination questions, they go on repeating the same questions, right? The way, for example, UPSC puts up statements, different kind of statements, it challenges your capacity to think, particularly in mains examination. Those things are not being done, and that is the reason we are used to those standard questions. What is this? Discuss this, right? Rather than thinking in various perspectives, in terms of perspectives, in terms of dimension, we think in very plain and simple, one-dimensional manner, which has to change. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. There's some issue with electricity here. Just give me a minute. Let me fix the issue. Hi. So, okay. Is everything fine now? Is the audio and video fine now? Perfect. Okay, so Vaishnav is saying that right from the beginning, right from the school times or earlier times, we were, say, getting good marks, getting a rank was prioritized. So we never enjoyed the learning process. It was always about getting good marks because there was a reward attached to it, right? And that is why we tried to remember more and more. And also our assessments were based on testing our memory, whether we remember something or not, rather than testing our concepts, rather than checking our critical thinking ability. And now, if you look at your board's examination, so you find that overall the standards of your, particularly your CBSE board, is low, because of which, because they go on repeating the questions, they go on asking similar questions, and that's why you find that there has been an increase in terms of average marks that students score. But at times they do ask difficult questions. They do ask questions which are actually not a part of the curriculum. So they are trying to make it easier so that the orientation is not towards clearing the examination, not only towards clearing the examination, or not towards only getting good marks, but the orientation is more towards learning. And they are also giving an option. They are also going to give this option of taking up multiple board examination. So for example, they're talking about giving two choices, or they're giving two options to take a board examination. So if you do not perform well in the first examination, you can improve your marks in the second one. So even though we have this, we have the chance of improving our marks, now as well, but there will be 2 board examinations every year, so that you do not have to wait for that improvement examination in the future. Then they are doing away with the no detention policy, and now there'll be school examinations in grade 3rd, 5th, and 8th. So yes, they would not go for assessments every year, but there'll be examinations in grade. Okay, let's bear with this for 2 minutes, because I hope there's no issue with the audio. I hope there's no issue with the audio. It is just some issue with the electricity here. I think it is because of the rains. So I hope everyone can hear. And okay, now we're back. Okay, great. So they are talking about assessments in grades 3rd, 5th, and 8th, and Delhi is already working on this. Delhi has already done away with the no detention policy. Now, at the same time, they were saying that there should be an assessment. There should be no, there's no break right now. Okay, we will take a break, but not right now. So they, at the same time, they're talking about continuous assessment, continuous tracking of performance. Here you see that they are doing away with the examinations, annual examinations for various years. So the basic idea is, as I was suggesting, that tracking the performance need not only be based on these assessments, need not based only on your annual examinations. It has to be a continuous process throughout various phases. That once a chapter is done, once a discussion is complete, they should try to assess, the teachers should try to assess the learning outcomes. But also you find that particularly in private schools, a lot of other responsibilities are given to the teachers to maintain various other things, to help the school with administration, and they get swayed away from their teaching role. So to give them more time, rather than including them in administrative work, give them time, give them freedom to work with the students, right? Because having an extra class towards the end of the year or after your half-yearly examination would not help. Having an extra class within the same week is definitely going to help. If you are not performing well in that particular subject, take those extra classes and get your concepts cleared, right? Which will be better compared to an extra class after 1 or 2 or 3 months. Because by that time, you would have forgotten pretty much everything. And again, in extra classes, you do not get a lot of time. They are fixed, they are more like a crash course. Then for making these assessment reforms, for making our examinations conceptual, school examinations more conceptual, more based on skill, they are talking about Parakh body that will actually look into all these aspects. They will set the standards, they'll set the norms. This is how your assessment has to be. They will provide guidelines for student assessment. They will provide guidelines for evaluation. So they are creating a body, and which is a good step, so that there'll be a standard. A standard can be maintained, because right now all the schools have the freedom to choose the kind of questions that they ask in your school examinations. Apart from your board examination, the system is not very standard. So there has to be a standard body. Now, having the standard body, having those guidelines, having those norms does not necessarily mean that you have to follow everything that others are doing. It would not be uniform for everyone. You can innovate when it comes to creating questions. You can innovate when it comes to methods of evaluation. But yes, there'll be a certain standard which has to be maintained. So for that, you have this body. Now let's come to your various suggestions related to teachers. Okay, let's do one thing. Before we start suggestions related to teacher, let's take a break, because a lot of you have to check the landing, that I will as well during the break, and others may be hungry. Okay, so let's take a break and meet again at 7:15. and then we'll start with what are the various suggestions to improve the quality of our teachers and number of our teachers. Welcome back, everyone. Shiva is asking, studying for rank, not for knowledge. So students memorizing, not understanding. What is the solution for this? See, that's what we are saying. See, one idea is that there has to be a behavioral change wherein we do not think of education just as a means to get good marks and hence a better job. It should be considered as an end in itself. It should be considered a part of our learning and development. And also, it should not be, the solution should not be limited to the behavioral aspect, but it has to be extended to the way we conduct our assessments, the way in which our education system functions. And I think that is what we have been talking about. So yes, giving more emphasis on practical education, making it more, making it easier to understand, relating it with day-to-day examples, etc. Now let's come to the teachers part. What are the various suggestions for teachers? So they're talking about training the teachers, they're talking about education for teachers, they're talking about improving the number of teachers, so filling in those vacancies that are there so that we can ultimately improve the pupil to teacher ratio. So by 2030, the minimum degree qualification for teaching will be a 4-year integrated B.Ed degree. So right now, which is 2 years, will be made 4 years, so that the ones who are interested in teaching, rather than going for other subjects and taking a B.Ed degree simply by non-attending, make it say a complete project in itself. So the ones who want to go for teaching, they should decide at an earlier age or at an earlier stage, and hence learn the skills, get the training to become a teacher. Similarly, they're talking about 50 hours of continuous professional development every year. So the teachers also have to upskill. They have to learn the new skills that are coming up. They have to learn better interpersonal skills. They should learn whatever new forms of technology are coming up so that they can incorporate those in education. Also, they talk about having a single body for conducting these examinations for teachers. And these examinations should not be limited as a qualification to government teachers, but even private teachers have to take up this examination so that we have the standard teacher eligibility test for both the schools, and hence we can maintain the quality of teachers in every kind of school. Then if you remember, we had discussed this as a second life career for your elderly, that the ones who have enough experience of this education system, who have got retired from this education system, they should be rehired and made mentors to teachers so that they can learn from their experiences, which will also be a good step in training our teachers. So yes, this 50 hours of continuous professional development program is actually more about orienting teachers, orienting our education system to the newer developments. Then giving more autonomy to teachers as to how they want to teach, how they want to go about the curriculum. Because there can be a lopside. If you give more autonomy to the teachers, then you cannot control the learning outcomes. But ultimately, we have to have the trust in our teachers, because we are taking care of various, say, the way we recruit our teachers. We're talking about assessment of our teachers throughout their cycle. Then we are talking about assessment of the teachers based on the learning outcomes of children. But to achieve all those targets, ultimately, we have to give them more autonomy. It should not be the fixed pattern in which they ask you to stand up and read a few lines unless until you fumble, and then the book gets passed on to the next student, right? This is the very old way of learning. So they should be given more autonomy so that they can improvise on their personal individual levels. Then there have to be assessment tests for the teachers. Right now we have assessments for the students, but how do we assess the quality of teachers? There has to be, say, assessment tests for teachers in a phase-wise manner, so that we check whether they are prepared, for what they want to teach or not. Okay, so you're asking whether NEP will remain the same or it will change every year. See, as already discussed, when it comes to any policy, it is giving the overall framework for that particular issue. So, for example, national policy for health, national policy for education. Now, they will be implemented over the years. There'll be targets as long as 2030. There'll be targets as long as 2045. So we cannot go on changing the policy framework. To change the policies, it takes time. The way we had looked at our national health policy, that a lot has to go in the background, a lot has to be worked out in the background, for that matter. So yes, it has to be adapted to the newer changes, but that's what the idea of a policy is, because within a policy, there'll be multiple programs to implement that policy. And you can definitely make changes in those programs, but not the policy. Once decided, unless until there is a need, there is time to change that policy, we will remain with the same. And also in the last discussion, you will understand, it is not that our policies are static. They keep evolving, they keep changing. They keep evaluating the policy. They keep evaluating the implementation. If there is a gap in the implementation, they'll change the way they implement that policy. So there is continuous evaluation of these policies, and they do not get changed every year. Then they talk about bettering our pupil-teacher ratio and bringing it to under 30:1. That means one teacher for every 30 students, so that the teachers can also focus in adequate amount on each and every student. Then there has to be a particular standard for teachers, the way you want to recruit teachers, how long their tenure is going to be, how are you going to promote the teachers, how you are going to appraise the teachers, how long is it going to take to increase their salaries. So all these things will be taken care of by NPST, that they will come up with, so that there is a standard, there is a basic standard when it comes to all the teacher recruitments, their appraisal, their promotion, their salary increments, etc. Then there's going to be a national curriculum framework for teacher education. So we are talking about teacher education in terms of your B.Ed course, your bachelor's in education. So there has to be again a standard curriculum, which will ultimately be done in consultation with NCERT for teacher education as well. So by suggesting that regular inspection of schools, regular checking of student performance and knowledge, it will imply the teachers' efforts and teaching strategies. Absolutely yes. So add teacher assessment to it. There should be regular assessments for teacher as well, so that we are more focused towards learning outcomes. Then conducting workshop to teachers at the beginning of every academic year and middle of the academic year. Now these are all parts of your teacher training programs, and you'll find that when it comes to standard setting, we are going to create another body which will look at the standards of schools, that what basic minimum facilities the schools are say providing. So yes, providing incentives for best teachers, and it has to be done in a transparent manner. So yes, all these suggestions have been included here, and your national policy, the national education policy, talks about the same. So when it comes to your say appraisal of teachers, when it comes to the maintaining the quality and the adequate numbers of teachers, all those things have been suggested by your national education policy. So when they talk about professional development, when they talk about assessment of teachers, all these things, all these dimensions are included in those. And also when you talk about regular inspections, etc., they happen in government schools, but ultimately they have not been very effective. These regular inspections of schools, etc., have not been very effective, because what happens is ultimately they wait for the day of assessment, they wait for the day of inspection, and on those days they'll be available in school, because we are saying that teacher attendance in government schools is also a problem. So the day there is an inspection, because this inspection happens right now as well, so on the day of inspection they'll be there, because they'll be informed, they'll get prior notice related to that, because ultimately it's a nexus that works. So similarly, there is going to be a standard setting and accreditation for your school education, because right now yes, they talk about standards, there has to be a specific criteria, they set the benchmarks, they talk about the processes, but it is not implemented very well. And also, when we talk about private schools, you will find the system to be very fragmented. Every private school is proceeding in their own sweet way, in the way they want. So now they're talking about creating a state school standards authority, which will take care of all the public and private schools within that state. So, see, Amesh, even if we talk about inspection, again, it reflects on the trust deficit between the system, between the education system and your teachers, which should not be there, right? So we should assess them based on on various assessments, so that there is a record that we can keep. So we see whether there has been a continuous improvement or not. You assess your teachers, the quality of teachers, in terms of learning outcomes of children. So mere conducting inspections is not going to help. Yes, it can be a suggestion, it has been mentioned there, but it is not going to be the only way, because it reflects poorly on the trust between the authorities and your teachers. Now, apart from all the things that we have discussed, do you have any other suggestions for your schooling system? Do you have any other suggestions for school education, apart from all the suggestions that we have discussed, or anything that your NEP has mentioned? Anything apart from that which comes to your mind? Because NEP is comprehensive and they have covered pretty much every aspect. So a few things might not be mentioned here. So yes, so Shweta is saying sports should also be included, and we have discussed that there has to be a cross-curricular approach. If you want to take up sports as a major, you should be allowed to, and that is the flexibility our NEP talks about. Yes, then all India service for education, absolutely. And this is another suggestion coming from there, the way we were talking about say having a specific service when it comes to health, there can be a specific service related to education, so that the experts coming from the same field can take care of this. Personal hygiene for girls should be prioritized, so that is contained in infrastructure. Having day boarding facilities also covered under infrastructure. Computer education, yes, they also, when it comes to digital education, they also talk about introducing coding at a young age, so students get exposure to coding as well. So yes, Vaishnav is suggesting that there should be a habit of reading newspaper, of going through your current affairs, etc. from an early age. Yes, it is a good suggestion. So you are thinking that it is not significant, but it definitely is. The student should be made aware about their surroundings. They should be aware what kind of issues are coming up. And on this note, you'll find that you do not have, say, specific newspapers, specific magazines meant for students. Yes, the Times Group had a magazine, but I'm not sure whether they are continuing with it, because they do not have to, say, go through all the criminal records, etc. So they do not have to go through the complex information that is provided in our newspapers today. So there can be specific magazines, reports, etc. for children, meant for children. Then yes, so Montu is suggesting that the education should be more practical based. Absolutely yes. So they are talking about skilling in vocational education in secondary standards. Then we should teach students about social service. So I can think of the Japanese model, wherein the students are also made a part of keeping their surroundings clean, where students are also made a part of basic day-to-day activities at schools. So they also get that stakeholder mentality that they should feel we are part of this education system and we are also contributing to the same. Great. So yes, Abhishek is talking about inculcation of yoga classes, or rather than including yoga classes and other physical and mental development activities. So that is also covered in cross-curricular approach. So Anushka is asking whether we should take parents' interview, that how much they teach them at home. Will this work? See, the idea is once the student is out of school, because it will depend on the level or the grade in which the student is studying. So at when the children are young, when it comes to earlier stages of education, it need not be the case, because ultimately all their development, all the aspects related to curriculum should ideally be covered in school, so that they do not have the burden of homework. And that's why they are talking about reducing the weightage or reducing the complexity of the curriculum, so that they are free. They are free to take up extra co-curricular activities. They are free to take up the things, various activities as hobbies, right? Because of this complex curriculum, you find that even though you mention your hobbies in your biodata and your curriculum vitae, you find that you barely get any time to engage in those activities, right? So the student, or anyone for that matter, should ideally be free at home. They should not take the burden of school at home, so that they can learn more from their surroundings, they can learn more from the parents, they can learn more from your digital media. So constitution and economic etc. awareness is already included, we have discussed. Okay, so personalized guided framework. So you can think of it as availability of counseling facilities at schools, so that children or students can make better choice, informed choice when it comes to selection of the various subjects. So if you remember, when you were in 10th standard, generally it was your teachers from particular subjects who would say that yes, you can definitely take up this subject, but that approach was not personalized. They would not take in account your abilities, they would not take in account your interests, and merely on the basis of career advancement they will give that suggestion. So there can be dedicated counseling sessions, there can be, yes, mentorship programs. Compulsory subject from primary about our holy books, about religion, stories from Ramayana, Mahabharata. So it's better if you do not include that, because yes, they are talking about getting students used to their culture, getting students know about their particular culture, peculiar culture of the state, about the diversity of country. But let's not include religious education there, right? Because students are coming from various educations and then various religions, and again it can become an issue. Yes, so Ravi is saying, what about atheists? See, it's not that I go on missing, say, atheists, but the idea is at a very young age, you do not decide whether you want to follow the religion or not. You not have an idea of the, say, the spiritual world, right? It is at a very later stage that you get consciousness, more consciousness about the spiritual advancements that you want to take up in life. So yes, the teaching has to be more or less secular, but again, we do not have to confuse secularism and value education. Yes, the education has to be value based. Students should know what is right, what is wrong, but it should not be based only on the ideas coming from various religious and spiritual texts. The way you study in ethics. Okay, so changing the pattern from only written to oral projects also. Yes, so you do have practicals, but adequate weightage is not given to practicals. Even if you look at your engineering, even if you look at various other technical subjects where ideally practicals should make more sense, practical should get more weightage, you find that it is the other way around. Okay, great. So see, the idea was that you can definitely have suggestions out of your national education policy, no problem at all, but you always remember the objectives of the policy so that you do not go into different directions, because they can definitely ask your opinion, your suggestions to improve education system in India. They can ask about a particular dimension. So yes, a few suggestions can come from your national education policy, a few suggestions can come from your various editorials, various research papers that are published and are being discussed in news. Then again, it can be out of your personal ideas as well. Okay, so great. Now, yes, so make students fall in love with learning. Great. Now let's move towards higher education. So when we say higher education, you remember that the age group at which you enter your higher education system is generally around 18. So all the ideas that they're talking about higher education the range will start from 18 years and it will go on. So when you talk about your graduate courses, undergraduate courses, it'll be 18 to 23, 24. Then the age will go on increasing. But your higher education system, after you're done with your 12th standard, will start from 18 standard. Now, before we look into various issues as highlighted by your All India Survey on higher education and various issues highlighted by your national education policy, let's think about what all issues can you highlight when it comes to your higher education. So one being, our higher education system is also not skill and practical based. Our higher education system is regressive in that sense. What can be other problems that you can highlight related to your higher education, apart from the ones that we have already discussed, like gross enrollment ratio? What are other issues? Outdated curriculum, issues related to infrastructure. Then the medium of education, great. The language that is being used. Okay, so your issues that you are highlighting are more focused towards the quality of higher education. And yes, we are going to look into all those aspects. So yes, you are talking about issues related to teachers, poor global ranking when it comes to our international institution, when it comes to our national institutions, issues related to research, lack of interdisciplinary learning, etc. Now let's see what all issues are being highlighted by your All India Survey on higher education being conducted by your Ministry of Education. Now remember, when we're talking about ASER, we were saying that it is primarily done in rural areas, and also it is a household survey wherein they go from one house to another to conduct that survey, to take data for that survey. Now this is a web-based survey, right? You need not remember, but just see the difference that even though the government has more resources compared to any, say, NGO for that matter, they're going for a web-based survey, whereas when it comes to your NGO Pratham, that is generally working with the help of volunteers, they have limited resources, they are conducting household surveys. Nevertheless, let's look at what all dimensions this survey covers. It talks about the density of institution. That means we have various states in a country. In which state we have more number of institutions located, then which are the states which are lagging behind. It talks about the gross enrollment ratio in your higher education institutions. It again talks about your pupil-teacher ratio, which was a problem in school education, which is going to be a problem in higher education. Then it talks about gender parity as well. So gender parity will not be limited only to students, but it will be extended to teachers as well. And also you'll find that for the first time in your gender inclusion fund, they're talking about transgenders, but otherwise in every other aspect, whenever they talk about gender parity, they miss on transgenders. Okay, now let's look at these graphs. So the first one talks about the density of institutions, you find Uttar Pradesh has the highest density when it comes to higher educational institutions. So the size of these bubbles shows the number of institutions that are there in that state. Apart from that, on this axis, on the y-axis, you find the number of eligible students. What are those eligible students? Students in the age group of 18 to 23 who are actually eligible to take up higher education, particularly your undergraduate courses. And you find that there are a few states who have a high population, like Uttar Pradesh, but they have a huge density or high density of institutions as well. But then there are states like Bihar, where you have high population, but they do not have a high density of institutions. So what will happen? These students would have to migrate to other areas. What will happen as a result? The cost incurred on education will increase. They would not be able to remain within their own state, right? There'll be various practical issues related to that. So there is a regional disparity. Then you'll find a disparity when it comes to rural and urban areas. According to you, where are most of our higher educational institutions concentrated? Is it rural areas or urban areas? Great. So when it comes to rural and urban divide, you find most of our educational institutions are concentrated in urban areas. Okay. Then also, okay, we'll look into this fact according to the survey. Then also, what do you think? Do we have more private colleges or do we have more government colleges and universities? So, okay, we have more number of private colleges. Some are saying we have more number of government colleges. Okay, this was just an opinion poll. We will come to the fact. Now, if you look at the student enrollment, it has been increasing consistently over the years, but we'll find that the cross enrollment ratio is still low. Not more than 30% of the children who are in this age group of 18 to 23, you'll find most of the students not going for higher education, not enrolling for higher education, and there can be various reasons related to that. Then there has been a consistent increase in the number of colleges and universities across the country. Now let's look at various other observations from our national education from our All India Survey on Higher Education. Increase in overall number of universities and colleges across the country. Then you have number of colleges per lakh eligible population has also increased, and then eligible population is 18 to 23. So you can see that this is primarily meant for undergraduate and maybe a few master programs. Then look at your fact. So most of you were saying that we have more number of colleges in urban areas, but the fact says something else, but the data says something else. So we have more number of colleges in rural areas. But when it comes to universities, you find more number of universities located in urban areas. Then the regional differences, we have already seen that a few states like Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka, they have higher number of or higher density of higher educational institutions. But then there are states like Bihar which do not have. Then also, most of your colleges are actually private colleges. And when you say private colleges, these are mostly standalone colleges which offer one or two or say similar courses. And we will see what are the problems, etc. Right now, we are just going through the observations. This is NEP 2020. National Education Policy came out in 2020. So we are talking about gross enrollment ratio. If you look at the gross enrollment ratio, it is 27.3. That means only 27 students out of 100 eligible students enroll for higher education. Just think about how lucky, how privileged you are. that you are the ones, you are a part of this minority, right? And think of your privilege if you're coming from a good reputed private institution. Then the total enrollment, as we have already seen, has been increasing over the years. The annual rate of increase has also shown a positive trend. Then if you look at gross enrollment ratio for boys and for girls, you'll find that it is more number of female students who enroll for higher education, right? So this shows a different picture, and the reasons are mostly, you already know that, as discussed previously, it is mostly related to boys who have to actually take care of household economic responsibilities. So yes, Abhishek is saying, and it is a very smart observation, that the enrollment ratio is increasing as the population is increasing as well. But still we find that the rate, and that's why they have mentioned the annual rate of increase, right? So the annual rate of increase is also high, is also increasing over the years. So yes, population is one factor for increasing number of enrollments, but also we find that more and more number of children or students are coming in the higher education system. Then there has been an increase in enrollment of students belonging to these particular socially backward classes, OBCs, SCs and STs, which is a good trend. But if you look at other facts, and I think it was mentioned previously, you'll find that the numbers, the overall numbers are still low. The students coming from these socio-economically backward sections are still, the number of these students is still low. So for example, the number of SC students compared to the number of reserved seats is low. The proportion from their population is also low, which is a worrying trend, and that's why they talk about, the national education policy talks about providing special provisions for these socio-economically disadvantaged sections. Then there is only a slight difference when it comes to male and female students enrolled in higher education. Then also when you look at the number of teachers, it has increased over the years, but still you find that we have less female teachers compared to male teachers. You have less number of female teachers compared to male teachers. It is somewhere around 70, 75 should have been mentioned here. Now, if you look at these observations, you'll find that if we have more number of private colleges, can it become an issue related to affordability? If we have more number of private colleges, don't you think it can be an issue related to affordability? So all the issues that are related to privatization can be included here, that they are profit oriented, the fee structure is different, the fee that they charge, the tuition fee that they charge is high. Then it is basically, it looks like, if you look at it from a social perspective, it is basically discriminatory against students coming from weaker sections. Why? Because in most of your government institutions, you'll find that the fee structure is one, it is the fee is not very high, and also there are various other schemes. But when it comes to private colleges, there is no flexibility when it comes to the fee structure, so which looks like a discriminatory practice. So one idea is that have more number of public institutions. Can that be an idea? So one thing is that you keep a check on the fee that they are charging, and the other idea is that let's have more number of public institutions, so that those public institutions will ultimately lead to increase in gross enrollment ratio, because students coming from economically backward or economically weaker households find it difficult to take admission in private colleges. So it will have a direct impact on gross enrollment ratio. But when you look at your national education policy, it is more biased towards privatizing. It is more biased towards privatization, that I'll show you. Then when it comes to privatization, they do not fulfill the basic eligibility criteria for teachers. If someone here is coming from a regular college institution, from a small city, from a small town, you'll find that the teachers do not have the basic eligibility criteria. You'll find teachers giving their reappearing in the examinations with the students themselves. Now, it is not, say, on a huge scale, but yes, there are problems related to these private colleges. Then you find various regional differences. Now, because of these regional differences, these students would have to incur a higher cost. Why? Because now they need to spend on accommodation as well. If you have institution in your vicinity, if you have regional institutions that can accommodate more and more number of children or students, will find that the cost will stay low. Yes, the tuition fee that they charge can be questioned, but ultimately they would not have to spend on accommodation. If you had your college in your city, you will end up staying at home, you'll get good quality nutritious food, and you can solely focus on education, solely focus on learning new things, developing new skills. Because ultimately the cost for your hostels, the cost of living in any other city is equivalent to your annual tuition fee. Okay, and also it is discriminatory in the sense, because of these regional differences, it is discriminatory in the sense that students coming from socio-economically disadvantaged sections, they will lag behind. Because think of students who cannot afford it, economically weaker students. Think of students who would have to take up work along with education. Think of students coming from tribal areas. They would not have access to schools outside or colleges outside. So there can be various problems because of these regional differences. Then the gross enrollment ratio, even though it has been increasing, but it is still very low. Just think of it, 27% or 27 out of 100 students who are eligible for higher education are enrolled in higher educational institutions. Now let's look at various other issues highlighted by National Education Policy, and the National Education Policy will try to address these issues. Now, whatever issues we have highlighted are coming out of this report, out of the survey report. Now, let's talk about issues related to issues highlighted by your National Education Policy. So they're talking about severely fragmented higher education system. Now, when you think of fragmentation, one fragmentation is in terms of having, say, standalone colleges which offer one course. So there can be issue related to that. Why? Because these students do not get exposure to what is happening. So just think of these ideas in terms of having a multidisciplinary university. If there is a university in one place which has various courses, which provides various courses, just think of the exposure you are going to get. Just think of the collaboration that can happen between various departments. Just think of how good our research is going to be. But right now we have more of standalone private colleges which offer similar courses or maybe one or two courses. And this fragmentation can also be thought in terms of regulation. So it can be in terms of your colleges and institutions. It can be in terms of regulation. Your technical education is regulated by one. If you think of your UGC, then it is another regulator. So there is fragmentation when it comes to regulations. So they are not maintaining the standards. Then also there is fragmentation when it comes to the curriculum in various institutions. The curriculum is different. So if you take your central universities, yes, you'll find 70 to 80% similarity in syllabus, whatever curriculum has been designed. But when you move towards state universities, you'll find that you'll find not more than 50 to 60% of the curriculum of the syllabus is same. So there is a lot of fragmentation when it comes to regulation, when it comes to your institutions, and when it comes to your curriculum. They will come up with a solution for this. Then we again do not emphasize on learning outcomes and developing cognitive skills. We do not have a critical approach towards education. One, it is not skill-based. One, we are not providing practical education. Then also, we do not have any push towards research. Why? Because the school education system that we are coming from limits our understanding, limits our cognitive development, because of which even in higher educational institutions, we are not able to take up those aspects. So that is the reason we are lagging behind when it comes to research. We do not emphasize on research. Remember the data from your healthcare sector, that we are not publishing as many papers as we actually should. Think about what kind of issues happen if there is a research that is conducted which is slightly against, or which looks at the various government initiatives and the government critically. So there is no say environment to conduct research. And related to this is that we do not have say peer review for various research, because ideally what happens is, if you want to publish a paper, if you want to publish a research, you will create that paper, you will work on it, you will ultimately create a draft, and then you will check with your peers, you will check with other people who are working in the same direction, same field. You will ask them for a review, so that you get good inputs, which inputs can be incorporated in your paper, in your research, and then you reach the final, or then you say make changes accordingly and publish your final paper, which will ultimately be reviewed by the journal in which it is going to be published, or it can be reviewed by your institution. But because we do not have this environment for research, we do not have availability of these facilities. Then rigid separation of subjects, as well as streaming of students in narrow areas. So if you take engineering, you're limited to those subjects. You do not get any exposure of business ideas. Just think of an engineer who gets various business ideas, who gets exposure to how they can actually capitalize on their research. So they conduct an engineering research, and if they know how to market it, how to get investments for this research, they can actually contribute well. They can contribute to employment, they can contribute to this attitude towards research, but it is not there. We just keep them in these narrow fields. And that is why you find, when it comes to an examination like civil services examination, which covers all the dimensions of life, we find most of us not very well equipped, most of us not aware what has to be done, finding these aspects, these learnings very new. Then there are very few institutions of higher education which actually teach in the local language. And if you think of your technical education, it is completely in English. So remember, someone coming from a regional language background, from your school education, who wants to go for technical education, they'll have a lot of gap. They'll have this language barrier that they would have to cross. So we do not have many institutions which are providing education in regional languages. Then the autonomy that is being provided to the teachers and the institutions is low. When it comes to designing the curriculum, when it comes to how you are going to teach the students, when it comes to how you are going to assess the learning outcomes, you find there's no autonomy. And again, if there is no autonomy, how would you expect the teachers to improve? If you keep the standard same, if you keep everything same, if you keep everything uniform, there would not be a lot of scope for improvement. It would not incentivize either the teacher or the student to make improvements. Then inadequate mechanisms for competency-based career management and faculty advancement. So think of your counseling centers or your mentoring facilities that are available, because you have to choose a career. Even after your higher education, you have to choose a career. So if you are, say, coming from background or commerce background, you would have to choose whether you want to go for accounting, whether you want to go for marketing, whether you want to go for analytics. So there has to be career counseling for that matter, which, yes, you do find in good institutions, you do find in big universities, but think about the standalone colleges that are there. They do not provide any kind of facility. You'll rarely find any kind of placement drives happening there. And then students have to go out in the open market and search for it, look for referrals. Because ultimately, when you go out looking for a job, you find that yes, there is a vacancy, but they are already asking for experience, or they are asking for a referral, for because of which most of the students find it difficult to get a job. then also the education that is provided in our institutions is something which lacks employability, right? So ultimately the employer will look into, they do not care how many marks did you score in your examination. They do not care whether you know all the theoretical concepts. Ultimately, they have to use, or they have to employ you in something practical. They need a practical application of those theoretical skills, or those theoretical concepts which we lack behind it. Similarly, think of interpersonal skills. Once you go for an interview, you do not know how to speak to someone. You do not know how to conduct yourself. Why? Because we do not focus, our institutions do not focus on these. So yes, there has to be a focus towards this. Then also think about suggestions in this direction, right? You have already looked at the issues. Just think about suggestions in this direction. What can be done? And no need to write, you just think about it in your head, and we are going to cover those suggestions. Okay, so Femina, Bharti, your issues, the issues that you have highlighted will be questioned when we come to the suggestion part. Now, the primary issue is that most of the students are not getting enrolled in our higher education institutions. So they have kept a target of 50% by 2035. That means 50% of the students, 50% of the students who are in that eligible age group should be enrolled in higher education institutions by 2035. Now, how do you go about it? The suggestion that they have provided is open distance learning and online programs. So there are students who have to take up work. Now you cannot do anything about it, because they have to ultimately contribute to their family income. They have to ultimately take care of themselves and their family, and they would have to take up work. So why should they be devoid of education? Why should they be devoid of any advancement in their career? Provide them distance learning options so that they can stay at home, they can go for the work, take up education side by side. Yes, you do have distance learning courses, but now they are talking about promoting these courses. So our higher educational institutions will be made to run these open distance learning and online learning programs. Think of these open distance learning and online learning programs, how helpful they will be to the ones who are married, right? Because a lot of girls still get married in a young age who want to study, but they are not able to. So they can stay at home and study. Because yes, the ultimate idea is to empower them, to let them, or to make them take up higher education. But think about the ones who are already in that trap. Provide them opportunities, because ultimately if you're not educated, you'll find yourself in a dead-end job. Think of the job of a receptionist. Just think about it. Do you think there is going to be any kind of promotion? Do you think there is going to be any kind of increment in the years to come? And the answer is no. They have to work at the same salary level. Maybe they will say increase the salary a bit in 2, 3, 4 years to adjust it to inflation. But otherwise, there is no increment. So if you provide them education, if you upskill them, they can go on to take up better jobs, better opportunities. But along with this, just first idea is think of any other options to increase this gross enrollment ratio, because accessibility to these institutions is not the only problem. Another problem is, so this very well deals with the problem of access. So the ones who are not able to access can access, but other problems can be of affordability, that the education is not affordable because there are students coming from economically weaker sections who might not be able to provide for the fee, right? So yes, there can be scholarships, great. There can be say more number of public institutions that take care of affordability. Then there can be also, if you want to target access, then access can also be improved using your private institutions. You can open up private institutions in other areas as well. Then apart from this, what can be other suggestions to improve gross enrollment ratio? Just think of the problems that we had highlighted previously. What are the problems because of which students drop out? Think of the standard of education, right? Do you remember? So what can we do? We can, we can have this gradual improvement or gradual, say, increment in the level of education. Then students are not able to enroll because of the language gap. So you can fix that gap. So when it comes to increasing the gross enrollment ratio, there are going to be various other suggestions. So please try to integrate them. Now, just think about the problems related to open distance learning and online programs. Now, think about the problems related to open distance learning and online programs. So, yes, Abhishek, accommodated. Your suggestion is accommodated. So, yes, when it comes to online programs, lack of infrastructure, digital divide, lack of discipline. Great. Think of other problems related to it. In open learning programs, in distance learning programs, do you get any hands-on experience? Do you get any practical knowledge? Do you get any skill-based learning? No. So that is a problem. At the same time, the education policy is saying that education should be skill-based. We should equip students better in terms of skilling them and getting them a good career. But again, your open distance learning and online programs can become a barrier in that direction. So yes, quality of education can also be compromised. Moving on to the next suggestion that talks about restructuring our institutions. Now what we are saying that we have a lot of standalone institutions where students do not get exposure to any other thing. If it is an engineering college, you get only the information about, you get everyone who is working in the same direction. You do not get exposure about any other things, not get exposure about business ideas. You do not get exposure to various humanity related subjects. So the idea is, let's create these multidisciplinary institutions, multidisciplinary universities, wherein you'll have various courses to choose from. Now what will happen is, within these multidisciplinary universities, students will collaborate with each other, departments will collaborate with each other, which will actually be better for everyone. Now, in these multidisciplinary universities, you'll have better choices of subjects to choose from, because right now, even if we give flexibility to our institutions to take up other subjects, you'll find that they would not have availability of teachers. They would not have basic infrastructure for the same. When it comes to a multidisciplinary university, you have you have all the departments, right? You have departments from various streams. Now, even if a student wants to choose a different subject, they will have they'll have availability of teachers there. There'll be faculties there. And also, we were talking about lagging behind in research. So they are going to restructure our institution into 3 categories. Now, do not get confused, because this is also going to happen in a phase-wise manner. It's not that they will create these multidisciplinary universities in few areas. They are talking about creating these multidisciplinary universities in and around every district, so that it is accessible to people. Also, when you talk about your standalone institutions, what will happen to those colleges? They're not going to shut down those colleges unless until there is a criteria for the same. What they will do is they will, in a phase-wise manner, transform those institutions, those standalone colleges, into these categories. And we are coming to those categories. So do not think your standalone colleges will be done away with. No, these standalone colleges will be transformed. So the policy is talking more in terms of constructive approach. It is not destructive, that we are not going to close down these colleges. So one, there'll be, okay, we'll come back to multidisciplinary universities. Let's think of restructuring these institutions. So they're talking about research-based institutions, teaching universities, and degree granting colleges. So there'll be few colleges which will solely focus on granting degrees to students. Then there'll be colleges which will focus more on teaching. which will focus primarily on teaching. But it is not that they will not conduct research. Yes, they will conduct research as well, but the primary focus is going to be on teaching. Similarly, there'll be research-based universities or research universities which will focus equally on research and teaching. So teaching universities, primarily teaching, but yes, they will also conduct research. Then there'll be research universities which will focus equally on research and teaching. Then there'll be your colleges, degree granting colleges, which will focus on undergraduate teaching. Now, what is going to be the benefit of all this? Okay, before coming to this, let's address this question of Vishnu, and I think we have already discussed this. Okay, but let me come back to it again. So Vishnu is saying that if everyone gets a good job, who will work as a receptionist? Who will work as a, say, industrial labor, etc. Right. So if you remember poverty, we were talking about this utilitarian approach towards poverty, that we were saying that poverty as an institution also has a utility, also has a function. And that function is providing for various menial jobs, various menial labor activities that otherwise you would not take up, who will help you clean your surroundings, etc. Now the idea is, yes, ultimately there'll be a requirement of people who take care of various other activities, of various other works, but it should not, and again I'll emphasize on this, it should not be based on coercion. They at least should have the right to choice. There should be a right to choice in that. They should be able to choose. They should not be forced into a particular thing. The idea that you're giving is basically equivalent to caste system, our old caste system, not the changing form of caste system, but the older caste system, wherein you are saying if you belong to a particular family, if you belong to a particular caste, you have to take up this occupation. And if we do not make our education system equitable, it will work as an equivalent of that age-old caste system. That people coming from socio-economically weaker backgrounds, they'll be forced to take up similar kinds of jobs. And this is what is happening. If you remember, when we were talking about merit and poverty, most of you were saying that no, our merit is not only a factor of our intelligence, is not only a factor of our skills. It is based on various other factors. It is based on various socio-economic factors. So please keep that in mind. And I think we have already discussed this. So yes, Shivani is saying that what if we make these jobs high paying? Just think about this. Ultimately, it is up to the society to what things we attach more value. We attach more value to, say, the ones who create content on Instagram, and that's why we find them say moving around in Ferraris. Then when it comes to your movie stars, we value their work more, and that's why you see them, find them getting paid in crores. But when it comes to our healthcare workers, but when it comes to our education industry, we do not attach value to these activities, to these kind of works. We do not attach value to cleanliness. So don't you think, rather than being a function of something else, it is basically a function of the mindset of the society? Don't you think we have our priorities misplaced? Rather than looking at the contribution of something to the common good, contribution of something to the society, we look at various other facets. So your sportsmen will get paid more compared to your healthcare workers. Now, what do you think, who contributes more to the common good? If you think of country, if you have the idea of nationalism, say, let's limit it to national boundaries. If you have the sense of nationalism, what do you think? Who do you think? Say a cricketer or a healthcare worker, who contributes more to your society, who contributes more to your common good? So some of you are saying that the cricketers contribute more to the common good. Okay. Then some of you are saying they contribute equally. Some of you are saying that they contribute, the healthcare workers contribute more towards common good. Okay. So rather than challenging your preconceived notions, let me leave it to you, and it is for you to figure out. It is for you to figure out that where do you find more contribution. Okay, let's leave that debate here, so that it is up to you. How do you because ultimately it is the market which will value your services, which will uh, value whatever you are doing. We were saying that yes, you can be as skilled as a person can be, or maybe better skilled than them, maybe more artistic, more innovative than them, but ultimately it is up to the society, it is up to the market, how they place value on you, or how they value your contribution, right? So there have been amazing artists, etc. There have been other leaders who did well, but ultimately they were not recognized in their times. Okay, so my personal views do not matter here. My personal views do not matter here. Okay, great. So Abhishek, your idea will be covered with skill development. The idea of manual labor, etc., will be covered with skill development. Okay, so coming back to our restructuring of institutions, we're talking about research universities, teaching universities, and degree granting colleges. Again, do not think that we are going to do away with your standalone colleges. We are going to transform them, because tomorrow, in the future, 10 years down the line, they think of making those institutions as multidisciplinary universities. If they are able to fulfill that criteria, they will be promoted to multidisciplinary universities. So there is no limitation based on that, because otherwise you'll feel that what wrong did those standalone colleges do that they were ultimately shut down, right? So yes, they will be transformed into these kind of universities and institutions the policy is talking about. Now then the other idea is that all these higher education institutions should eventually be transformed into large multidisciplinary universities, so there can be benefits out of it. One idea is that you get exposure to everything, you conduct research, you conduct multidisciplinary research. Not just your students, but even your teachers get exposure of various things, of various other dimensions, which is ultimately better for an all-round development of your personality, which is ultimately better for your education system, and which is allied to the goals of your national education policy. And also, these large multidisciplinary institutions would not be limited, because ultimately they're talking about having one in and around every district. Okay, so I hope these ideas are clear. Now, again, this will take years to implement, so do not think that whether we already have any research universities or not. Multidisciplinary, think of having engineering, management related subjects, or management related courses, humanities courses, etc., everything in one place. Multidisciplinary. Moving ahead, to inculcate this spirit of research, so yes, we have multidisciplinary universities, but then you will have National Research Foundation, which will actually work in the direction of research. They'll be the ones who will fund these research. They'll be the ones who will provide incentives for good research. They'll be the ones who will provide incentives to these institutions who recognize good research. So this National Research Foundation will work in this direction. Also, when it comes to the matter of equity, they are going to provide financial support to students, as already discussed. So these students coming from socio-economically disadvantaged groups, it can be your students belonging to SCs, STs, and OBCs. It can be your female students. It can be your transgender students. Then it can be your differently abled as well. So they'll be provided with scholarships, etc. Then they are talking about use of technology in education. So we have already actually looked into various facets of technology, how technology can be advantageous or disadvantageous based on the context. So yes, they are going to talk, they are going to push technology in education through online education, through say introduction of coding courses, through creating various platforms where you can read books, through various platforms on which you can learn. So for example, your swim portal, etc. All those things, all those digital initiatives that you find in news are basically coming from this dimension. Then they are going to increase the public investment in education and stretch it to 6% of the GDP, which will ultimately be good because more push towards private institutions is also not good for us because of their higher fee, etc., because of various other malpractices. Now, when you think of this multidisciplinary education, now they are going to, one is creating multidisciplinary universities and also giving students flexibility to choose amongst various courses. So you can take up various subjects together. That is one idea. So the curriculum is also going to be multidisciplinary. So you can take up, say, engineering subjects with also a major in marketing. So you can take up any subject related to, say, humanities with also, and you can also choose from various other scientific, science-based subjects. So they are going to integrate all this. So again, this the same logic follows here. One idea is it is beneficial because they get exposure to everything. Now, a researcher would know how to create a product and sell it in the market. But also, we find that when we work in, say, the same field for years, we do not get jobs, we do not get skilled properly. How would we do if we take up subjects coming from various other disciplines, right? So it can also impact the quality of our learning. Then your undergraduate degrees will be made more flexible because right now we find that dropouts are not just limited to this transition between school to higher education. We find a lot of dropouts happening during your graduation as well, during your higher education as well. So if you take up a 4-degree course right now, a 4-year degree course right now, and if you drop out in 3rd year, what is your qualification? Your qualification is still limited to 10 plus 2. But now they're talking about providing more flexibility. So if you drop out after 1 year, you can get a certificate. If you drop out after 2 years, you can get a diploma. Also, you can take up research along with your bachelor's degree. So they are giving multiple options, flexible options, and exit plans from your higher education, because there can be a situation wherein you have no other option but to drop out of your college, of your higher education. So at least till where you have studied, you can benefit out of that part of your study. At least you have certain qualification. But can anyone suggest a drawback of this flexibility? Can anyone suggest a drawback of this flexibility? Yes, so Jhansi is saying that it can lead to increased number of dropouts because now you will have better options. Because otherwise, previously there was, say, a limitation on dropouts. There was a check on dropouts because you knew that if you drop out of your higher education now, you are not going to get any benefit out of the 2-3 years that you have studied. But with getting that, you have now incentive, or at least there is no disincentive to drop out of higher education. So it can actually lead to increased dropouts. Then also the course, if the course is not designed properly, you can find that people are left with no skills, or the students are left with no skills. So right now, if you look at your engineering, for example, or even your humanities subjects, the first year subjects are more theoretical, and which gradually shifts towards more practical subjects or something that you can actually put to use. So if the curriculum is not designed properly, it can render those students without any skills. Okay, so XY, the idea you're saying, I can totally understand. What I'm saying is, we have to evaluate, right? We have to evaluate what are the goods, what are the services to which we attach more value. We as a society, because it is not a closed discussion, right? We as a society, we have to decide what is more important. So you can go with utilitarian approach that you are going. You can go with any other approach as you deem fit, right? Okay. So yes, this flexibility is good, but it can also have a drawback. So not just this flexibility, they are talking about taking up, say, integrated bachelor's and master's program. So 5-year bachelor's and master program. Then they're also talking about taking up research with your bachelor's program and then skipping master's, jumping directly to PhD. Right. So they are talking about various flexible options. Let's wait and watch what all options are provided, because there's a possibility that they might revisit this approach, that how they want to go about it, because this is just a suggestion that okay, after 1 year you can get a certificate. So they might change this approach. Then there'll be an academic bank of credit which will actually take care of all the credits that you have received within an institution. So if you drop out of one degree after 1 year, you get a certificate, then you move to another university or other higher educational institution to continue your studies. All those credits, etc., will be maintained digitally using your academic bank of credit. Then they'll have multidisciplinary education and research universities, as already discussed. So yes, we already have your 5-year bachelor's and master's integrated program. For example, you have BTech and MTech. Then you also have programs like BBA plus LLB, BA plus LLB, etc. We do have that, but yes, they are also talking about pushing these same. Now the next idea is about regulatory structure, which has remained in news for a long time, which relates to your debate between your Higher Education Commission of India and your University Grant Commission. That what is better, because the policy has suggested that let's have this Higher Education Commission of India, which will replace your University Grant Commission. So they have given, there is already a bill for that matter, which has been widely discussed since 2018, even before the final draft of the policy was published. So what you have to do is, you can just go through these factual details, what it talks about. What you have to do is, as a homework, because today we have not given you any homework. So as your homework, just look into the differences between your Higher Education Commission of India and University Grant Commission. That what are the differences, what can be problematic, because there are various articles which have been published. So as your homework, just take up this exercise of comparing Higher Education Commission of India, what are the differences in composition of your commission as compared to UGC, how it is going to, say, have independent arms, 4 independent arms, which will take up separate functions. What are the benefits? What can be the problems which arise out of it? So this is your homework that you have to take up regarding your regulatory structure. Then with respect to research, as we have already seen, they want to improve research. When it comes to research, only 0.69% of our GDP goes into research. If we compare with other countries, look at the amount of GDP that they are investing in research. As already discussed, that we are going to set up a National Research Foundation for funding and facilitating quality research. Then you think of your research-based universities, you think of your multidisciplinary research universities. Then there is this next idea of internationalization. So internationalization means they're saying that good Indian institutions, reputed Indian institutions, should set up their campuses abroad. So for example, recently your IITs were in news that they are planning to set up their campuses abroad. One. Second idea is reputed good global institutions with their good ranked global institutions should be allowed to set up their campuses here in India. And a question has already been asked on this. So just think about what can be the benefits, out of say, what can be the benefits of this internationalization of Indian institutions opening up their campuses abroad and international organizations or institutions opening up their campuses in India. So yes, IIT Madras in Tanzania, etc. These were in news. So think about this. Think about the benefits and the problems related to internationalization. So yes, it will enhance the access. It will enhance the access, right? Now, students who are not able to take up quality education, who are not able to go outside, travel outside the country, they will get that quality education here. One is access, and also if it is here, it will become more affordable. Just think of the cost of living and the tuition fee that you have in the United States, that you have in Canada. So it will become affordable, it will become accessible. Also, you'll find there'll be collaboration with your domestic institutions. Don't you think if the institutions are opened up here, those international institutions are opened up here, they'll collaborate with the domestic institutions. Even the domestic institutions would have to work on their quality, because now you have something of international standard. Okay, so what we have done is all the important aspects related to internationalizations have been covered here, because a question has already been asked in the past. The question says the quality of higher education in India requires major improvements to make it internationally competitive. Do you think that the entry of foreign educational institutions would help improve the quality of technical and higher education in the country? So it is talking specifically about the dimension of quality. But otherwise, you have now, say, if you think of access, you have better access. If you think of affordability, yes, affordability is also there. If you think of better choices to students, it is also there. If you think of more employment, yes, it is there. So yes, what we'll do is we will discuss this question tomorrow. Just think about these aspects, but also here you find that it is more biased towards the positive side. Just think of the drawbacks. Just think of the drawbacks of internationalization as well. Okay, think of the drawbacks and the positives of internationalization. And tomorrow we will start a discussion with our question and vocational education. So we will discuss the question tomorrow. Do not worry about it, Abhishek. We will discuss the question tomorrow, how we have to approach the question. You just take it as your homework. One homework is HECI versus UGC. Another homework is think about the drawbacks and the positives of internationalization, and then we will come to the question tomorrow. Okay, so with this, let's conclude our discussion for today. You have got your homework. Please try to take up your homework. We have just 2 more days left to conclude our discussion on social issues and justice, and let's make a good use out of it so that you can ask all your unanswered questions, etc. Okay, thank you everyone, and good night.